The Hogwarts professor mixed into Marvel. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 551, The Artificial Child of Destiny, The Crazy Lockhart. Hazy. His body became a little heavy, his consciousness began to become blurred, and his past memories kept appearing in front of him like fragments. The scenes he had seen in reality, imagined in his dreams, and longed for in his heart kept appearing in front of him. He seemed to see Hogwarts submitting to his throne. He seemed to see Dumbledore's body hanging high on the top of the Hogwarts castle. He seemed to see his most hated enemy Lockhart kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. Everything was beautiful, yes, it was too beautiful. It made him sink into it and forget what reality was. It seemed that this moment was heaven, his own world. Dream. He was imprisoned. As soon as the thought emerged, it seemed to be swallowed up by some strange object. He continued to sink, endlessly sinking into the dream. In the real world, on the plain outside Durmstrang, Tom Riddle quietly watched Voldemort suppressed at the bottom by the colorful mountain. The blood-red mist slowly surrounded the opponent, without any movement, as if in hibernation. When Tom noticed the peaceful, comfortable, and complacent expression on Voldemort's face, he felt a chill in his heart, and a trace of fear rose. Lockhart has become stronger again. Of course, if it were him, if it were an ordinary wizard, he could make him sink into depravity and lose himself in a short time. But the point is that his enemy must be an ordinary wizard. This can only be done in a short time. If it is an elite wizard, it is basically impossible. And what is Lockhart doing? He just appeared on the battlefield, rescued him, and then suppressed him, imprisoned him, and even let his spirit sink. His enemy is Voldemort. Just now, another him who almost defeated himself. If Lockhart can solve Voldemort so easily, then he can easily solve himself. Lockhart has already looked at himself from a higher dimension. Just like looking at ordinary wizards. As soon as the thought emerged, it was like grass taking root in the soil, unbreakable. How to say it? Even if he escaped from the shackles of hellfire, it would be difficult to escape from Lockhart's hands, or even worse. At this moment, Tom felt a strange change in his heart. It was as if he saw Dumbledore's magic teaching him a lesson in the orphanage when he was a child. That kind of horror, that kind of unmatched power. Let him give up resistance and obey his will. At this moment, Lockhart didn't have time to observe Tom's changes. Or rather, even if he knew, he didn't care. His enemy now is not Grindelwald, not Voldemort, but the world consciousness. Just now, it was very easy to suppress and imprison Voldemort, but this was all superficial. As long as the world consciousness is willing to support Voldemort, then he will eventually break through. Just like the Child of Destiny in the novel, it keeps bursting until it can solve the enemy. Therefore, the most important thing now is to cut off Voldemort's connection with the world consciousness while he is still imprisoned by himself. But, colorful light flashed in his eyes, and lines of different colors kept appearing and flashing in his eyes. The bright green, cold blue white, and earthy yellow of the earth, which symbolize life, were kicked out of sight. What was left behind were large blood-colored and golden threads of destiny. Almost every part of Voldemort's body, from the body to the soul, was firmly connected or bound. From a certain perspective, the other party was actually an agent of the world consciousness, a puppet. Lockhart stared at the blood-colored and golden threads, and waved his wand. Bang! Faintly, a sound like the sound of a broken piano sounded. A blood gold thread of destiny was cut off, but Lockhart's expression became ugly. Not to mention the cost of cutting off the thread of destiny, he just cut off one. In an instant, a large number of blood-red warnings emerged in his mind. Warning, warning, the backlash of the world has intensified, and the search force of the world in the nearby area has increased significantly. It is recommended that the host hide in time and cover up the tracks. Reminder, because the world consciousness pays too much attention to the host, it is recommended that the host leave the Harry Potter world within 7 days. Wait until the storm is over, and then choose the right time to return. Now the blood-red alarm flashed in his heart, and Lockhart couldn't help but sigh. Looking at Voldemort, who was suppressed and imprisoned by him. It was like seeing a pile of garbage that people disliked and dogs abandoned. You can't touch it, and you can't throw it away. This guy will be resurrected after being killed. If you want to cut off the connection, you have to risk being backlashed by the world. However, Lockhart put his eyes on Tom beside him. Looking at the almost identical faces of the two, an idea emerged in his mind, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up. Tom, now there is an opportunity to increase your strength. Do you want it? Lockhart said with a smile. No, I'm living a good life now. Who knew that Tom was alert all of a sudden and immediately refused? Tom didn't believe in the so-called temptation of improving strength thrown by Lockhart. If you are too kind to others, you are either a traitor or a thief. How could he get the real good things? Really? You really don't want it? Lockhart said calmly. I think Tom will be out of the cage in a while. I have something to do and need to leave. I feel that you may be in danger later, so I'm helping you. Are you sure you don't want it? At this point, Tom gritted his teeth and said, okay, I want it. What do you need me to do? At this moment, Tom wanted to cut Lockhart into pieces. Damn, this kind of coercive attitude. It would be strange if it was a good thing. Who knows? Don't do anything. Just keep the thoughts in your heart just now. Yes, just keep the anger in your heart towards me. Keep the desire to kill me. Lockhart said slowly, and at the same time, the colorful light flashed in his eyes. Tom was a little stunned when he heard it, and then his anger towards Lockhart seemed to be aroused all of a sudden. He even laughed in anger. What is this guy Lockhart talking about? Mocking me? Mocking my overestimation? His anger was high, but he tried his best to restrain the urge to wave the wand in his hand. He was angry, but he was not ready to die. Yes, keep going. Lockhart waved his wand, continuing to draw out Tom's anger and murderous intent towards him. At the same time, in Lockhart's sight, the power of dreams permeated the surroundings. It obscured and changed the connection between Voldemort and Tom. It made the two of them have the same origin. No, the two of them were originally of the same origin. Now they just looked more like a whole. As the wand waved, at a certain moment, the blood gold thread of fate moved. A small part of it broke away from Voldemort and spread to Tom. It took root in Tom's soul and body. But at this moment, Tom still didn't notice it at all. Or, only wizards who are proficient in fate and understand the existence of world consciousness can see such a scene. The blood gold thread of fate moved slowly, and Voldemort, who was sinking in the dream, suddenly felt that something in him seemed to be gradually disappearing. An inexplicable sense of emptiness filled his heart. It made him at a loss, and also made him more eager. The connection of world consciousness could not be cut off. However, it does not mean that the world consciousness cannot be fooled or deceived. The two Voldemorts are originally from the same source. The power of dreams is applied to cover up the difference between the two and make them become one. Let them mistakenly believe that Tom Riddle is also the child of destiny. In this way, to a certain extent, Voldemort's fate has been reduced. Especially when Tom continues to reject, anger, and hate himself, the world consciousness will not say anything, even if it detects abnormality. After all, who is invested in is not an investment. They are all our own bowls, and it doesn't matter who is used. The key is to use them well. Tom, I have cut off nearly half of the connection with the bugs cultivated by Voldemort and transferred them to you. You have to use them well, and don't let Voldemort take them back easily. Lockhart's plain voice, like a bomb, sounded deafeningly in Tom's ears. Sensing the mysterious connection that suddenly emerged in his heart, he gave a slight command and saw that half of the blood-red mist around Voldemort flew towards him. A sense of novelty and joy filled his heart. Then, Tom, you have to pay attention. A large part of these bugs come from Voldemort's hatred for me. So, you have to continue to maintain it, or even strengthen it. Don't worry, I won't have any objections. Just do your own thing. Lockhart's voice sounded in Tom's ears. At this moment, Tom Riddle didn't know whether to be happy or sad. He didn't have to hide his hatred for Lockhart. The other party even asked him to continue to hate him, and the stronger the better. The sad thing was that his hatred was not worth mentioning in Lockhart's eyes. He even had to let the other party comfort him and tell him not to care. What is this? treat him as an insignificant, unworthy little person, or a tool. At this moment, for some reason, his hatred and anger towards Lockhart in his heart further increased. Then, he found that his connection with the Blood Abyss worm was further strengthened, and even some of the other party's introduction information appeared in his mind. Faintly, it seemed that even the hellfire in the depths of his soul had undergone some strange changes. At this moment, Lockhart observed Tom's changes in detail. In his heart, a trace of joy gradually emerged. Like Voldemort, Tom also began to enjoy the favor of the world. Even under the favor of the world, the fire of hell also changed. Although, Tom seemed to be turned into a puppet. However, he felt that a wisp of the original power of the world was stolen through the secret dream contract. Lockhart couldn't help but feel very satisfied. Recently, the dream of the world has changed too much, and it is not easy to sneak into it. Now he can regain the original power of the world. Although it is a little less, not as much as directly robbing from the dream of the world, but this is undoubtedly a good sign. Then, he felt that the search intensity of the world consciousness was constantly expanding. After Lockhart gave a few instructions, he waved his wand and left quickly. Now time is getting tighter and tighter. There is only 1 week left. It's true that the roof leaks and it rains. Looking at Lockhart's disappearing figure, Tom turned his head and looked at Voldemort, who was suppressed on the ground. A strange smile appeared on his face. Just now you wanted to swallow me so much. Now it's my turn to swallow you. It shouldn't be too much. Trample. 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 Tom walked step by step in front of the suppressed Voldemort, dispelling the bloodworms surrounding Voldemort. At this moment, suddenly, buzz, boom. Under the care of the world, Voldemort suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Tom, who seemed to want to devour him. A fierce look flashed in his eyes, and the next moment, his body exploded directly. The blood-red mist exploded with Voldemort's body. Take you with you to death. A loud explosion sounded, and the Death Eaters in the distance looked at a miniature blood-shaped mushroom cloud rising in astonishment. Feeling the huge fluctuation of magic power, it made them a little dry in the mouth. Just now they saw Lockhart's arrival and rescued their master. This made them secretly happy in their hearts. It seems that they have found a suitable camp. It seems that returning to Britain and returning to their own family in the future is not impossible. As for whether the master has a Lockhart alliance or really surrendered, as Voldemort said, it doesn't matter. The most important thing is that Voldemort can't be arrogant. Especially when they saw Lockhart, they suppressed him under a colorful mountain in a few seconds. They were quite surprised. However, after Lockhart disappeared, they looked at the mushroom cloud in front of them, and they couldn't help but feel anxious. The master must not be in trouble. Whether they can return to Britain in the future depends on the relationship between the master and Lockhart. As the mushroom cloud slowly dissipated, a figure gradually appeared. Looking closely, it was their master, Tom Riddle. On his surface, a blood-red shield appeared in it. However, the shield seemed to be a little broken, so that they could clearly see the master's figure and identify him. Tom Riddle's face was very ugly at this moment. The other party actually woke up at this critical moment and chose to self-destruct directly. It's just that he would rather commit suicide than let him swallow it. Of course, Tom knew it deeply in his heart. If he was swallowed by him, the other party might lose the opportunity to revive. If he self-destructed, at most he would waste a batch of resources for recuperation and resurrection. However, the timing of the other party's awakening was really clever. This made him very suspicious. Was there someone playing tricks in secret, not letting him swallow Voldemort? Otherwise, why did Voldemort wake up and explode directly when he was about to make his move? What a coincidence. It was really too coincidental. As for who it was, there was no need to say more. It was that damn Lockhart. This guy actually made him hate him. Although he didn't know if he was crazy, Tom would never give up because of this. However, what he didn't know was Lockhart was watching this scene through magic from a distance, with a look of pity on his face. Originally, he wanted to see if there would be casualties when the two children of destiny fought each other. But looking at the situation in front of him, I'm afraid it would be very difficult for them to die. With his mind turning, Lockhart didn't think much about it. There were still 7 days left before he left. It was difficult for him to fight against the world consciousness now, but he had to make a good layout before leaving. Otherwise, the next time he came, he would most likely face the crisis of death. Chapter 552 When Voldemort and Grindelwald ally. For the greater good. On the surface of the castle of Ilvermorny College in the United States, such golden words appear from day to night. Every student of Ilvermorny can see the same sentence, as long as he looks up. This is the concept of leader Grindelwald. It is also the common goal of the saints. 4. The greater good. What is the greater good? Suppress goblins? Rule the United States? Develop new magic? These can be said to be, or they can be said not to be. Because, this is only a small part. So what is the greater good? Leader Grindelwald clearly pointed out, there is only one greater good. That is the interests of wizards. For saints, everything in the world is not as important as the interests and rights of wizards. As a wizard, of course, you must safeguard the interests of wizards and make them inviolable. Wizards are supreme. This is the idea shared by all saints, including reserve saints. The so-called suppression of goblins, development of magic, etc. are just various means to safeguard the interests of wizards. The goal of everything is to let wizards return to their peak period, or even surpass the peak period. Let all races in the world respect wizards again. This made them very proud, and regarded it as the truth. Moreover, through this concept, most of the wizard forces in the United States submitted to the saints. The reason is very simple. We are all wizards. Who would refuse something that is beneficial to themselves? Especially for pure-blood wizards, this concept simply touched their hearts. At this moment, it was night, and the bright moonlight fell on the school like flowing water. The faint sound of cicadas seemed to reveal that silence was the theme of the moment. However, from a distance, the center of the castle was brightly lit. The piano dance music, sometimes soft and sometimes fierce, seemed to indicate that a grand ball was being held. Beautiful and elegant Miss Nicole, can I invite you to dance? Of course, it would be a great honor to be invited by Mr. Cassiel. In the bright and gorgeous hall, the men wore black tuxedos with white bow ties, while the ladies mostly wore tassel dresses with gorgeous flowers and beads on them. Guided by the melodious and rhythmic music, the wizards and witches performed complex dance steps, showing their elegance and skills. They were dancing and whispering, as if they were communicating something. Mr. Cassiel, have you heard the news from the Magic Congress? Nicole whispered. What does the Danvers family think? After hearing this, Cassiel was silent for a moment, and then put his hand on the other's slender waist. He took Nicole forward, and took a few steps. After turning around, he said, Nicole, it's not wise to talk about this here. Yes, this woman is beautiful, but she has no scheming in her heart, and can't hide anything. Just a vase. After hearing this, Nicole seemed to realize that she had said something wrong, so she immediately changed the subject and said, Mr. Cassiel, do you know about the Dark Lord you know who in the UK? One of my French pen pals wrote to me and said that the current ruler of France is you know who. The situation in France is not good now. Really? Cassiel asked back, are you sure the news is true? Of course, the Danvers family should have received the news a long time ago. Nicole said with certainty. Cassiel Danvers was silent, as if he agreed with what the other party said. Nicole and Cassiel took a few steps forward with elegant steps, and then continued with interest. It is said that the mysterious man suffered a great loss under the hands of Principal Lockhart. Now the mysterious man is constantly spreading news in France, slandering Professor Lockhart. Not only does he say that he is a dark wizard, but he also says that he kills people and plays with souls. He is the most evil dark wizard in the world. What's more, it is said that Lockhart is not from this world, but a dark wizard who invaded our world and called on all wizards to besiege Lockhart. What do you think of these messages, Cassiel? Nicole asked curiously. To be honest, when she saw such rumors in the letter from a book friend for the first time, she couldn't help but feel speechless. How many wizards would believe such rumors? Lockhart, the pioneer of meditation and the guide of the new era of wizards, has a high reputation all over the world. And Voldemort, that is, the mysterious man, has a bad reputation. It would be a problem if he believed it. Such rumors are still so widespread, it is simply rubbing the IQ of wizards under their feet. It is said that rumors stop at the wise. It seems that there are few smart people in France. No wonder it is so easy to be suppressed by Voldemort. Nicole complained silently in her heart and then looked at the pureblood wizard in front of her. As a half-blood, she is still quite envious of pureblood from the bottom of her heart. She wants to take this opportunity to see how pureblood looks at such things. Looking at Nicole's delicate face, her big green eyes are full of desire to look at her. Even though he knew that the other party was a little big-breasted and brainless, Cassiel still felt a little moved. Sorry, Nicole, this is the first time I have heard such news. Let's discuss it after we return to the family and tell you. Hearing Cassiel's perfunctory attitude, Nicole was instantly annoyed. After asking several questions in a row, she found that the other party was still talking around and perfunctory, like an old fox unwilling to tell the real intention. Nicole's originally high spirits suddenly subsided. After dancing for a while, she turned around and left to find a new wizard to dance and communicate. Recently, the global wizarding world has been a little uneasy. There have been turmoil in Britain, Germany, France, and the United States where she lives. She wants to be safe and want to live for a long time. As a beautiful woman, she naturally has to play to her strengths and get more information. Well, if she can catch a rich husband and join a pureblood family, then the safety will be much greater. Watching Nicole leave, Cassiel showed a regretful expression on his face. It must be said that, although Nicole is a little big-breasted and brainless, she is indeed a beauty. It's a pity that the information she asked involved family secrets, otherwise they could have a chat and had fun. Yes, the French incident also happened when they went to the four families and they received the news and they were paying close attention to it later. After all, Voldemort is one of the top forces in the wizarding world, and it seems that he is still in an alliance with Lord Grindelwald, who he is following now. How could they not pay attention? Especially Lockhart, the common enemy of Lord and Voldemort. They are also collecting relevant information about Lockhart. After repeated discussions, their family naturally decided, "Hello, I'm Cassiel Danvers, from the Danvers family." Seeing a familiar face, Cassiel quickly won over Mr. Cassiel. "Welcome to Alvermorny." A voice sounded. The voice was clean, but not without courtesy. "It is my honor to come to Alvermorny and attend the Saints' dinner," Cassiel Danvers said with a smile. It seems that he was not dissatisfied with the other party's plain face. "Danny, our family has received a message that the Magic Congress seems to have made some big moves recently. Is there any specific news from the Saints? Do you need our Danvers family to help investigate it?" Cassiel said with a smile. After hearing this, Wizard Danny did not feel unhappy because of the other party's deliberately friendly address, but instead looked at him deeply. He said calmly and confidently, "Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Cassiel, but we have made sufficient preparations. Of course, we welcome friends of the Saints to witness it with us." After hearing this, Cassiel did not give a clear answer directly, but laughed and said, of course, our Danvers family has always been the best friend of the Saints." Then, he began to change the subject. "When will Lord Grindelwald arrive? Our Danvers family has prepared a generous gift for Lord Grindelwald." This time, he mainly saw Grindelwald. Or rather, this was the purpose of most wizard leaders and pureblood families. Because now rumors are flying everywhere. It is said that Grindelwald was seriously injured, and there are even rumors that Grindelwald has died once, but was just resurrected by chance. This makes many wizards who stand in the Saints' camp worried. Among them, many of them put their lives and futures on the Saints. They even basically handed in their pledges of allegiance, the heads of elite wizards or elite goblins of the Magic Congress. Rumors stop with the wise, Cassiel. Danny still said calmly, with a hint of sarcasm and disdain in his calm tone. He had heard the rumors outside, but he had confidence in his leader, and he saw his leader with his own eyes, as usual, still unfathomable, and even seemed to be more powerful. So, it was just a conspiracy to disrupt the morale of the army. Knowing that he couldn't beat the leader, he could only use such inferior means to disrupt the morale of the army. Cassiel on the opposite side seemed to hear the confidence in Danny's tone, but the lives of his family behind him would not be decided because of the other party's words. He could only laugh and agree. "Yes, I don't know which brain-damaged wizard spread the rumor. The greatness of the leader is something that those third-rate wizard idiots will never think of. After hearing this, Danny nodded slightly, as if he agreed. Just when he opened his mouth to say something, suddenly, Danny turned his head abruptly, and a familiar figure emerged, and his eyes instantly turned into a fanatical look. Lord Grindelwald. Leader. The moment Grindelwald appeared, there were voices of fanaticism, respect, awe, and even fear. At this moment, Grindelwald, wearing a dark purple wizard robe, stood on the high platform, looking calmly at the wizards below. Dear wizards, welcome to this dinner that witnesses history. Grindelwald said meaningfully. Witness history? What does it mean? In an instant, most of the wizards attending the dinner looked puzzled, whispering to each other. It seemed that something big was going to happen today. Grindelwald stood on the high platform and saw everyone's surprised and puzzled expressions at a glance. However, he didn't care at all and still said calmly, I believe everyone has heard a lot of rumors recently. It is said that rumors stop at wise men, but smart people always account for a small number, let alone wise men. However, I have faith in the saints and in everyone. At this point, Grindelwald consciously spread his breath. Suddenly, most of the wizards present felt a huge pressure enveloping them, and it was very difficult to breathe. This made them terrified, but they also felt secretly happy. It's good that Lord Grindelwald is fine. The price they paid before, and the resources they invested, will not be in vain. Sensing the emotional changes in most wizards, Grindelwald nodded gently, expressing his satisfaction. To be honest, the most taboo in war is the lack of confidence. This is why the Magic Congress spread the news. What he has to do now is to regather confidence, so that everyone can maintain a better mentality and welcome the decisive battle. However, war is not about mentality, the most important thing is strength. Thinking of this, Grindelwald's mouth curled up. Next, tell you our good news. We have an ally here, and I believe everyone is familiar with this ally. As he said, Grindelwald waved his hand slightly, and a huge round optical fiber covered the edge of the platform. A figure of a wizard wearing dark green appeared in front of everyone. His face, approaching middle age, revealed maturity. When he looked at the wizards below, his eyes were deep and cold, which made people shudder. The blood-red cloak behind him fluttered in the breeze, carrying a dark, gloomy and desperate atmosphere, making people feel that he was worthy of being the Dark Lord. Our enemies are not weak, Grindelwald said with confident and inflammatory words, but we are stronger. Although Dumbledore and the Goblin King have joined forces, we are no less powerful than them. Don't worry or doubt at all. As long as we are here, you can fight boldly and confidently. Your victory will create a new history. The future is in your hands, in the ones in your hands. Now, tell me, do you have confidence in the next duel? Hearing Grindelwald's inflammatory words, a large number of wizards below shouted, confident, confident. Defeat the Magic Congress and expel the goblins. The shouts rang out, causing Voldemort to narrow his eyes. His own Death Eaters didn't seem to be so excited, but it didn't matter. This time, he would kill Dumbledore first, then the Goblin King. Finally, he would form an alliance with Grindelwald and destroy Lockhart. As long as Lockhart died, the existence that symbolized the supreme power would be within reach. When he thought of this, Voldemort felt a little excited. He wished that the battlefield would start earlier, and he could embark on the road to obtaining the supreme power. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 553, The Goblin King and Dumbledore, Magical Congress. Alvermorny, dinner. I didn't expect the you-know-who to join this battle. I'm afraid this is the most influential war in the wizarding world in the past 100 years. The power of the 4 top wizards is far greater than the war in the 1940s. Shh, keep your voice down. Don't talk about that war. Don't forget where we are. It's really a mess, and nowhere is peaceful now. Now, except for Lockhart, who didn't come to the United States, all the other top forces in the wizarding world have come. Even in this situation, it's doubtful whether Lockhart will come to the United States. When Voldemort stood on the high platform, the wizards below began to discuss in a low voice. Especially the pureblood wizard families. They were obviously more panicked. Because the scope of this war is getting bigger and bigger. In the 1940s, Dumbledore and Grindelwald, that war almost affected the entire world. And now, add goblins, and the mysterious man Voldemort, who is famous for his brutal killings. The future direction of the wizarding world is really uncertain. Not to mention, 4 of the top wizards have come to the United States. Will the remaining one come as well? It's really getting more and more chaotic. Chaos is like a poison to the purebloods of the upper class of the wizard world like them. If they are not careful, they may be pushed from the originally noble purebloods to the brink of extinction. At this time, in a corner that cannot be noticed, 2 wizards, one tall and one short, wearing common grey wizard robes, silently watched Voldemort and Grindelwald on the stage. Principal Dumbledore, I didn't expect Voldemort to come too. I don't know much about him. The wizard incarnated by the Goblin King Turin asked in a low voice, based on your understanding of him, will he remain neutral, or join our camp? Dumbledore on the side, looked at the 2 familiar faces on the stage, slowly shook his head and smiled bitterly, saying, I'm afraid it's impossible. Based on my understanding of him, his hostility towards me may be even greater than Grindelwald. Basically there is no room for reasoning. Hearing this, the Goblin King Turin slowly nodded to show that he understood. Then he continued to watch the speeches of Grindelwald and Voldemort above. The United States encourages everyone to gain freedom, and I agree with this very much. We wizards should pursue our own freedom, rather than being forced to survive in a corner and enjoying ourselves with false peace. Just like now, it is said to be the Muggle Protection Act, which is said to protect Muggles, but in essence it is to protect wizards. This is a shame for wizards. We should have the right to cast spells freely at any time, and this should not be deprived. The goblins originally lost in the war, and became our servants and slaves, but now they are secretly researching weapons, and trying to resist. We cannot allow this race, that is hostile to wizards, to exist and grow to be powerful. On the high platform, Grindelwald constantly used words full of incitement and temptation to arouse everyone's ambition to identify with him. Slowly, it seemed that many wizards were attracted by the beautiful picture of the future outlined by Grindelwald in his words. Suddenly, I heard that there are 2 Voldemorts now, or to be more precise, 2 have been resurrected, and they are hostile to each other. Do we have a chance to win over another Voldemort to join us? Goblin King Turin asked Dumbledore again, or can your former student Lockhart be invited? Originally, it was 2 against 1, and Turin was still somewhat confident. But now it has become 2 against 2, and he suddenly feels something is wrong. After all, he is not specialized in fighting. Before, alchemy was his main job, and his fighting method was also reflected through a large number of magic weapons. Compared with offense, he is more outstanding in defense. It can be said that he has entered the combat power level of top wizards, but has not stood firm. Or it can be said that he can compete with Grindelwald, but it is difficult to win against him, but it is also difficult for Grindelwald to win him directly. In this case, he rarely fights Grindelwald face to face directly, and always influences him indirectly. And this time, it was because of Dumbledore, a top combat wizard, that he agreed to go together. But now it seems that his decision was a bit reckless. But it was impossible to withdraw. After all, Grindelwald had specifically named the goblins to be dealt with, so he couldn't withdraw, even if he wanted to. You can try to invite them. Dumbledore was silent for a moment, and said lightly, but in the current situation, I don't think they will join without a suitable reason or benefit. The Goblin King Turin was a little annoyed by Dumbledore's attitude. According to his idea, now that Voldemort suddenly joined, Dumbledore should desperately seek support from outside. Otherwise, with the 2 of them, it is very likely that they will still fall into a stalemate in the end, and will not be able to defeat Grindelwald, expel the other party, and leave the United States. Therefore, only strong enough foreign aid can achieve a crushing effect in combat power to win. Another Voldemort, due to the hostile relationship between the 2, may not be invited. But the founder of the meditation method, Lockhart, is a student of Dumbledore. If Dumbledore asks, there is a high probability that he will be invited. then I believe that they will gain a greater advantage and top combat power. As a result, is it because this is not Britain, so Dumbledore is not so concerned? An idea suddenly emerged in the mind of the Goblin King Turin. It seems that the more intense the fight in the United States, the more losses there will be, and there will be no harm to Britain. On the contrary, it will be better for Britain after the American wizarding world becomes weak. Then, Turin continued to watch everything in front of him quietly, without saying anything more. The two of them sneaked into Alvermorny just to observe Grindelwald's condition, to see if he was really hit hard and has not recovered for the time being. If conditions permit, they will also try to test him. However, when Voldemort appeared, the idea of testing was directly dispelled. After all, 2 against 1 has an advantage, 2 against 2, plus this is a large gathering of wizards in the Saints camp. I'm afraid that they will put themselves in a dangerous situation. At this moment, Dumbledore quietly looked at the 2 former Dark Lords in front of him, former friends, students, and current enemies. He was silent all the time, and remained calm all the time. The thoughts in his heart gradually floated up, and then slowly sank. He was determined in his heart, as if he had already determined something. The next day, Washington. Magic Congress, Wizard Square. The warm sunshine sprinkled on the spacious Wizard Square. A large number of fully armed goblins and auras stood neatly in the center of the square. Chenis, the acting president of the Magic Congress, looked at the thousands of elite wizards and goblins in front of him with high spirits. And standing behind him stood Dumbledore in dark red wizard robes and Turin, the Goblin King, in light golden armor. The 2 top fighters behind him seemed to give him infinite confidence. He pointed the wand in his hand at his throat and cast a sound amplification spell. Dear auras and goblins, I'm Speaker Chenis. At this moment, at this place, my heart is very excited. I believe you are the same as me. Former friends were killed by saints. Former relatives were violated by saints. The place where we live and our property have all been plundered by saints. In the process of resistance, we have gained a lot of support and help. The joining of goblins has made up for the lack of our low-level strategies. The support of the International Confederation of Wizards has made up for our lack of resources. And the joining of top wizards like Dumbledore has further strengthened our top strength. Once, we were caught off guard by the Saints and even lost our headquarters in New York. Once, we were at a disadvantage and the Saints had the upper hand. In the current situation, we have the upper hand and the Saints are suppressed by us. Therefore, I'm full of confidence that the Magic Congress will eventually win. I also hope that you will be like me and regain the glory and dignity of the Magic Congress after this battle. Chenis became more and more excited as he spoke, and when he was excited, he couldn't help waving his arms to express his excitement. After hearing what he said, the auras and goblins below also gradually became excited and excited. Especially the auras, they had experienced it personally. Almost every aura wizard was excited and couldn't help waving his arms and shouting slogans like Chenis. For the dignity of the Magic Congress. For the honor of the Magic Congress. For the dignity of the Magic Congress. For the honor of the Magic Congress. For the dignity of the Magic Congress. For the honor of the Magic Congress. As the auras shouted excitedly, the goblins on the side were gradually infected and kept waving their arms to greet. At this moment, the whole square was boiling. Chenis looked at everything in front of him and was very satisfied. Morale is good, morale is good. And Dumbledore on the side looked at everything in front of him calmly, without any change on his face. It seemed that everything that happened in front of him had nothing to do with him, or it didn't cause any waves in his heart. The Goblin King Turin, who was standing on the other side, was different. He looked at the fully armed goblins and wizards standing together as teammates and allies. It was as if he had finally seen the results of his years of hard work. He was very pleased, and a faint smile appeared on his face. After this battle, even if there was no victory and the stalemate continued, the goblins could fight with wizards on an equal footing, officially step onto the world stage, and have the opportunity to become the protagonist. Even if it could only be in the American wizarding world, it was enough. Now, let's go. In the name of the Magical Congress, fight to the end. Chenis shouted. Auras and goblins shouted excitedly. Fight to the end. Fight to the end. Fight to the end. Amid the shouting, The Goblin King Tyrion took a step forward, and the red color between his eyebrows and the center of the circle began to fade out of golden light. With each step forward by Tyrion, a golden circular mark floated out from his forehead and became larger and larger. In the blink of an eye, a huge golden disc floated in the air. But, with the infusion of magic power, under the control of the Goblin King Tyrion, the disc of fate floating in the sky shone on the ground, emitting a large number of golden red lines. The lines seemed to have life values, constantly outlining and combining to form a gate. Click, click, click. Soon a golden red gate appeared in front of all wizards and goblins, and with a click, the gate slowly opened. A familiar scene came into view. New York, the headquarters of the Magic Congress. The headquarters of the Magic Congress. Once located in New York, the United States, it has a history of hundreds of years. This was once the most powerful place in the American wizard world. However, later, due to being attacked by a top wizard without any preparation, the Congress almost fell. Most of the forces only had time to evacuate and rebuild a new headquarters. But the New York Magic headquarters in front of them is still a shame in the hearts of all American wizards. It marks the fall of the American wizard world and the victory of the invasion of the Saints. It is the eternal pain in the hearts of all American wizards. It was as if his home was attacked, burned, and destroyed, and it was hard to forget. Of course, as a magic headquarters with hundreds of years of history, its own defense system is very strong. Even if Grindelwald invades, it is difficult to completely destroy it, and it can only be driven out with all its strength. When the wizards of the Magic Congress were forced to leave, Grindelwald directly occupied this place, and sent a large number of saints to station there. The reason is very simple. The Ministry of Magic did not have time to move away a large number of resources in the magic circles carved over the years, the magic weapons cast, etc., which are all very precious and precious. Even the Magic Congress, after hundreds of years of transformation, can completely serve as a war fortress at a critical moment. However, it is precisely because of this that it is difficult for wizards without relevant authority to open and control it. After expelling a group of wizards from the Magic Congress, Grindelwald ordered a group of saints to study how to control this war fortress. And now, as the first battle of the Magic Congress to counterattack, the first choice is naturally the Magic Congress headquarters in New York. While the saints have not yet studied it thoroughly, and have not yet fully mastered it, as long as they can, expel or kill the saints inside, they have enough time to reopen this war fortress and contribute to the final victory. Not to mention, there are many saints stationed here. If they are completely eliminated, it will be a major blow to Grindelwald and the saints. This is Chenis's idea, and it is also the plan that everyone came up with together. At this moment, a huge wave of magic power enveloped the entire former Magic Congress headquarters. The saints inside seemed a little surprised, but they reacted quickly. Some hurriedly walked outside, as if to prepare for a battle. Some walked deeper into the building, as if to notify or activate a certain device. Chapter 554, Battle of the Magical Congress. But, enemy attack. Enemy attack. In the former headquarters of the Magic Congress, now the Saints branch, a large number of sharp and piercing warnings sounded, and amplifying spells were continuously released, and loud enemy attack sounds rang out one after another. Many Saints took their wands and rushed outside. They were surprised that the enemies of the Magic Congress came to attack here, but they also expected it. Originally, they thought that the people on the side of the Magic Congress would choose to set traps to attract the saints to attack, or lure out the leader. After all, if you want to attack a fortress, the price you pay may be not small. Of course, the possibility of launching a direct attack was also predicted, but the probability is smaller. In this regard, they guessed that the other party would be more inclined to attack Alvermorny and decide the outcome through a surprise attack. After all, that is their headquarters, and the leader is also there. And the Magic Congress that is attacking now is somewhat beyond expectations. The defense system of the Magic Congress is no less than that of Alvermorny, or even stronger. Attacking here, in addition to further increasing the number of casualties, cannot shake the foundation of the Saints. So, someone once made such a guess, and some even agreed with it. But it was still placed in the possibility of a lower probability. They also made some preparations for this, but it seems that they were not really that sufficient. In any case, now, they should start to fight. Step. 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 Grindelwald's confidant, the elite saint wizard Alan known as the Shadow, walked out step by step. Compared with the hurried and slightly panicked wizard on the side, he was so calm, and even revealed a hint of certainty. He has thick black hair, deep eyes full of a faint majesty, a high nose, and a firm and powerful chin. He was wearing a black wizard robe, and in addition to the silver white saint mark on the top, there was also a silver cheetah embroidered on it. However, the most noticeable thing was the square on the right side of his left cheek. Despite the enemy attack, his movements were still so calm, cool, and even with a hint of elegance. However, from his expressionless face, one could vaguely see the cold and ruthless aura, which made people feel depressed and uneasy. Although his pace seemed a little slow, in the blink of an eye, he had reached the end. Rumble, crackling, roar. The continuous roars sounded in my ears, and what came into view was a magnificent, fierce, and even thrilling war. On the battlefield, a huge light golden defense shield appeared near the magic congress, which must have ensured the safety of the saints. The saints inside waved their wands one after another to defend or attack. One after another, fierce and murderous spells passed through the defense shield and attacked the wizards on the opposite side. Outside the defense shield, the sky was full of fireballs, lightning, frost poison, tornadoes, etc., intertwined with each other, turning into shining lights, cutting through the sky, and constantly attacking the light golden defense. The attacks launched by these remaining wizards of the Magic Congress were extremely fierce and intense. Bright rays of light continued to appear on the shield, and the surface of the building was shining with various magic runes almost every moment. A huge amount of magic energy was constantly absorbed, transformed, and supplied to the shield. Resisting such a fierce attack, Alan watched this scene quietly, feeling the excitement, tension, fear, and worry around him. He seemed to smell a familiar smell, and a cruel smile unconsciously appeared on his face. He followed the leader in the First World War. He experienced all kinds of battles, big and small, but such a grand and fierce war is rare. To be honest, he was not worried at all, but excited. His black eyes unconsciously turned into a light yellow, and his pupils slowly expanded and became unusually bright. Alan shook his head slightly, and looked over the shield to observe the actions of the wizard on the opposite side. Well, it's still the same. Wizards and goblins, no new tricks. They are all old friends. It seems that there should be no other forces supporting them. Suddenly, Alan's pupils shrank, and his originally indifferent expression suddenly became serious. He saw an old man with a kind face silently following his line of sight, even with a smile on his face. On the side, stood a goblin who was slightly shorter, but wearing golden armor. Dumbledore, the king of goblins. In an instant, Alan closed his eyes and stopped watching the scene opposite. The top wizards could completely follow his gaze and attack or even curse him. He didn't want to be half crippled before the decisive battle started. Boom. Another round of hot fireballs and violent attacks, but the golden defense shield seemed to be a little overwhelmed. The crisp click sound spread all around, and all the saints began to look serious. They just tried to kill the wizards outside from the inside. But the other party not only kept a distance, but also wore goblin defense weapons. The number of kills was also very few, and at most it would only consume the opponent's magic power. At this moment, Dumbledore and the Goblin King Tunan were outside, looking at the crumbling defense shield. Dumbledore still maintained his unchanged face for thousands of years, while the Goblin King had a hint of joy on his face. Looking at the excited and fanatical wizards and goblins below, he silently raised the scepter in his hand. Everyone listen up, the opponent's defense is about to break. In the next round, 1, 3, 5, and 7 groups of wizards and goblins will attack together, and the rest of the groups will recover their magic power. Attack direction, the east gate position. Everyone use thunder, fire, and wind spells. A commander wizard below cast a loudspeaker spell to command this battle. It is not difficult to hear from his excited voice that the goal seems to be in sight. Boom. The roar was accompanied by fierce energy fluctuations, and the next round of attacks was officially formed. The Goblin King above saw this, and pointed the scepter in his hand at the attack below. The disc of fate between the eyebrows moved slightly, and a large amount of fate power flowed out, blessing this attack. This round of attacks, the shield will be overwhelmed, and will surely break. Under the coordination and guidance of the power of destiny, the already powerful magic attack was further enhanced. Boom boom boom. Bang bang bang. Strong and chaotic energy fluctuations, mixed with roaring sounds, hit the shield all at once. Crack, crack, crack. Accompanied by the crackling sound, the light golden shield broke into pieces. At the same time, Orland raised his magic wand high and shouted loudly, "Everyone listen up, release the killing curse." Chapter 555, The Fairy King Full of Treasures. Swish, swish, swish. A large number of killing curses, taking advantage of the moment when the defense shield was broken, shot at the wizards and goblins on the opposite side like a torrential rain, with a force faster than the blink of an eye. The wizards and goblins, who were originally excited because the defense shield was broken, had not yet reacted, and the wizard goblin in the front had already fallen to the ground and died. Dumbledore and the Goblin King had both come, so today's defense shield would definitely be broken. Therefore, Aland, who clearly understood this, had already begun to order the saints to prepare the killing curse in private. Just wait for his order, take advantage of the moment when the defense shield was broken and the opponent was careless, and launch a round of fatal attacks. Weaken the opponent's military strength. Sure enough, seeing a large number of wizards and goblins caught off guard, hit by the killing curse, and fell to the ground one after another, a faint smile appeared on Alan's face. But soon, the expression disappeared, and he waved his wand again with a serious face, and ordered loudly, "All saints, listen to the order, center on the building, and disperse the attack." As he said, he waved the wand in his hand, and black magic spells were continuously released, shooting at the wizards and goblins on the opposite side. However, his attention was not on the wizards, but on Dumbledore and the Goblin King in the air. These two were their real disasters. Bang, bang, bang. Avada Kedavra. Repel quickly. Smash to pieces. The bang bang of the goblin magic guns and the rapid chanting of the wizards on both sides, who kept waving their wands, were intertwined. The bloody atmosphere began to spread, and a wizard goblin fell into death in the battle. Everywhere you can see fallen bodies, broken arms, and smelly blood. Some wizards saw a large number of corpses piled up, such a tragic and bloody scene, and they couldn't help but feel fear and pale. However, Alan still looked normal. His eyes were now focused on Dumbledore and the Goblin King. As long as these two top fighters who exceeded the specifications did not take action, there would be a war this time. And once someone went down, and there was no one on his side to stop him, it would be a massacre. Although he could not match the powerful fighting power of the leader, at the critical moment, he could still fight with his life and delay some time. Dumbledore in the distance seemed to notice Alan's vigilant eyes. Looking along his line of sight, his face still had the same smile that had not changed for thousands of years. They were old friends. They had dealt with each other decades ago. The Goblin King on the side was not as indifferent as Dumbledore. After all, the wizards who died below were all from the Magic Congress, not from Britain, and had nothing to do with Hogwarts. But goblins were different. They were all his people, and those who participated in the Water Day were basically elite goblins, the backbone of their clan. It would be a waste to die here in vain. The idea came to his mind. Under Dumbledore's watch, the Goblin King took a slow step forward with his staff in hand. This step instantly alerted Alan. He had never dealt with the Goblin King, but he knew that his opponent's strength should not be underestimated. Avada Kedavra. Without hesitation, he went up and cast the most familiar killing curse at the Goblin King. Whoosh. He casually swung his wand, and a transparent space barrier appeared in front of him and moved forward. The moment the killing curse hit the space barrier, it went straight through, or was swallowed up. This made Alan's face serious. Then, snap. In an instant, feeling a creepy feeling piercing his back, Alan subconsciously jumped to the side. The killing curse that he had originally shot out came from behind him. This made Alan feel relieved, but also became more cautious. Erosion of bones and heart. Confusion of mind. Blood reversal. After successfully dodging, Alan waved his wand towards the Goblin King, casting several familiar black magics. He tried to test the opponent's weaknesses from the mind, body and other aspects. The Goblin King was indeed very hidden, so that the Saints system had no information about his attitude. He could only test it himself. Even if he could not defeat him in the end, he could provide some information to the leader. But, facing Alander's spell test, the Goblin King Turin did not care at all, and walked forward slowly. At the same time, 6 golden shields that kept moving and changing appeared around him. Surrounding the Goblin King, the top of his head kept turning. Bang, bang, bang. Whether it was Alander's spell or the attacks of other saints, as soon as they approached the surroundings, they were blocked by these 6 golden shields, and even bounced back directly. Turin's pace did not change at all, and he walked slowly towards Alander. His goal was simple, which was to speed up the victory of the war as much as possible, and reduce the casualties of the goblins. The most direct way is to capture or kill their leading wizards in front of many saints. To defeat their morale, let them give up resistance, or even surrender directly. At this moment, Alander saw that all the spells seemed to be unable to break the opponent's golden shield on the surface. He couldn't help but feel aggrieved. Goblins are known for their greed and treasure. As the king of goblins, his treasures are probably not ordinary. The golden armor on the opponent, plus the shield outside, is really guarding to the teeth. This made Alander feel a little toothache. But, he himself has lived from the First World War to the present. How could he have followed Lord Grindelwald without some means? The next moment, click, click, click. In the eyes of the Goblin King, the figure of the wizard Alander not far away changed dramatically in a short period of time, like plasticine, and began to deform continuously. Time passed quickly, and in just 2 or 3 seconds, a black cheetah appeared in front of him. An Imagus. The name of this magic emerged in Turin's mind. Yes, Alander had mastered the top transformation magic of an Imagus a long time ago, and gradually optimized it. Do you really think that his title of Shadow was just a random thing? Roar. With a loud roar, a majestic wave of magic power emanated from the black cheetah's body. A strong dark breath rose up. For decades, he has studied an Imagus a lot, and slowly pushed it to the point where it can transform magical creatures. Of course, the most critical link is the emergence of meditation and the guidance of Lord Grindelwald. But, swinging its black tail, the black cheetah suddenly pounced on the opposite side of the Goblin King. The sharp claws stretched out, and grabbed the opponent's surface shield fiercely. Bang! With a bang, the golden shield shook, but it was still strong. The cheetah that Alander transformed into was not annoyed by this, and walked back and forth around the Goblin King Turin with a brisk and rapid pace. Bang, bang bang. Occasionally, he would make a tentative attack, but when he found that it had no effect, he would immediately withdraw it, just like a scoundrel. This state lasted for a while, and the Fairy King Turin became a little impatient. So, boom. He held the black gold scepter in both hands, and slammed it heavily on the ground. A golden wave suddenly spread all around. The Black Panther, who was struggling and stalling for time, was immediately covered. Then, his whole body became stiff and motionless, and he was directly bound. Seeing this, Turin's face showed a cruel smile. He raised the scepter and hit the Black Panther's head hard. Whoosh! The black gold scepter was raised high and suddenly fell down, mixed with the whistling sound of the wind. The saints nearby saw this scene and exclaimed. However, suddenly, a deep blue fierce fire shield suddenly appeared in front of the Black Panther. Chapter 556, Hogwarts Dream World arrives. When the blue fierce fire appeared, the light golden ripples around it seemed to be greatly disturbed. Disintegrate. Shrink. Turin, you are too impatient to attack a wizard who is weak to you. Is it not a bit of a strong man's demeanor? Grindelwald, a calm voice sounded, and Alander, who had just felt normal, was ecstatic. The incarnation of the Black Panther stood obediently beside Grindelwald, and his black tail swayed slightly, as if he was very excited. However, his eyes were fixed on Turin, the king of the goblins opposite him, and his sharp claws did not shrink at all. It seemed that, as long as Grindelwald gave an order, he would pounce directly. At this moment, the Goblin King saw the sudden appearance of the fierce fire in Grindelwald. His face changed slightly, and he took a big step back. At the same time, the red and gold disc of fate between his eyebrows flew out directly, and aimed at Grindelwald. The 6 golden shields around his body were spinning rapidly, so fast that they almost formed a golden protective shield, making it difficult to see the shields. Dumbledore. Tyrion cast a spell and called out to himself. At the same time, Tyrion also said to Grindelwald on the opposite side, "On the battlefield, there is no distinction between the strong and the weak, only between enemies and friends." But then, Tyrion's face darkened, because Dumbledore's voice came to his ears. "Voldemort is looking for me." At this moment, Dumbledore looked at Tom Riddle, his former student, and now the Dark Lord Voldemort. With a kind face on his face, he said in a gentle voice, as if he was very concerned, "Tom, have you solved your problem? I heard that you and your other self fell out." After hearing this taunt, Voldemort on the opposite side suddenly froze his teasing face and replied angrily, "Old man, it's not your turn to interfere in our affairs." He was defeated twice, died twice, and resurrected twice. In any case, no matter how crazy he was, he knew that it was almost impossible to deal with Tom and Lockhart in a short time. He could only plan slowly and find a better time to solve his opponent. However, after this side of him was exposed by his former headmaster, he was still a little angry. "My dearest headmaster, this time, I hope you can stay by my side forever. Don't worry, I will treat you well." Voldemort said the seemingly caring, but actually cold words in a cruel tone. He even showed a murderous smile to Dumbledore opposite. "Hey." Dumbledore sighed and muttered casually, "Why do all the troubles leave all the troubles to an old man like me?" "What did you say?" Voldemort didn't seem to hear clearly. Although Dumbledore was the headmaster of Hogwarts, he often liked to answer questions for students. But now he didn't have the desire to answer questions for Voldemort. The old wand in his hand was slightly raised, the magic power flowed in, and it shook lightly. Buzz. Several dark green wind blades emerged and shot towards Voldemort's head at a speed faster than thunder. Sharp, fast, death. And Voldemort, it seemed, didn't react and let the wind blades directly pass through his neck and body. In a flash, several red threads appeared on Voldemort's body. However, crack, crack, crack. "Dumbledore, show your true strength." He tilted his neck slightly, and the bones made a crisp sound. The red lines on his neck and body that were cut by the wind blade healed directly. The remaining magic fluctuations of the wind blade at the cut were swallowed up in the blink of an eye. The attack just now had almost no effect. After all, he died twice and resurrected twice in a row. If he doesn't transform his body again, he would be unworthy of being the Dark Lord. After hearing this, Dumbledore did not respond. At the same time, his palm slightly grabbed towards Voldemort. The next moment, crack, crack, crack. The crisp cracking sounds rang out one after another, and all the space in front of Dumbledore began to blur slightly as if frozen. Space freeze. Space cage. Space isolation. Several restrictive spells related to space combined with each other to firmly cover the space near Voldemort. Damn it. Voldemort reacted instantly and retreated madly. He was not afraid of almost any offensive spells now. The worst that could happen was death, and he could be resurrected after death. The only thing he was worried about was being restricted by others, or imprisoned and sealed. Just like the sealing magic cast by Lockhart before. Even if he could break through, it was unknown how long it would take after the breakthrough. What if he was sealed for 10 or 100 years? When he came out, it would really be a waste of time. Damn it, someone must have told Dumbledore. Yes, it was not Tom, but Lockhart. The two of them would definitely reveal their only weakness to others. The thought instantly emerged in the retreating Voldemort quickly waved his wand. Suddenly, a dark cloud appeared in the sky, and dark raindrops fell like a rainstorm. However, when it fell in the area near Voldemort, it suddenly solidified, as if it was frozen. However, the dark raindrops did not seem to be completely frozen, and faintly emitted black mist, gradually corroding and disturbing the nearby space. Feeling that the speed of the space freezing was getting slower and slower, Voldemort felt relieved. Then, looking at the long distance between the two people, completely formed by his escape, the anger rose up all of a sudden. Voldemort raised his wand high and waved it vigorously, and the blood-red mist was summoned. A large number of bloodworms rushed towards Dumbledore and devoured them. Damn old man, this time, I will feed all your bones to my cute little baby. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Looking at the blood red worms and the intelligence, and clearly sensing the strong malice of the blood red mist, Dumbledore looked at the scene in front of him with interest. This is a bloodworm that is said to be able to devour everything. Obviously, Dumbledore also obtained the most detailed information about Voldemort. Looking at the approaching bloodworm, Dumbledore waved his wand and quickly pointed at the blood red mist that was coming towards him. Transfiguration spell. Wood. Dumbledore cast his best transformation spell, trying to transform the other party into another form. As long as the opponent changes its form, it will lose its original ability to devour, and the rest will be easy to deal with. This is one of Dumbledore's solutions. But a deep blue light wave instantly emerged and covered the blood red mist on the opposite side. The moment it just touched, the blood red mist instantly turned into pieces of blood red wood. However, the moment it turned into blood red wood, without waiting for the wood to fall, the bloodworms behind it directly devoured the wood ferociously, even though they knew that it was their kind before. At first, the bloodworms that devoured the wood at the beginning did not take a few bites, and they also turned into wood and were devoured by their kind behind them. This cycle repeated, and it didn't take long before the naked eye could see that the speed at which the snowfield worms were turned into wood was getting slower and slower. In the end, some bloodworms even directly devoured the wood that their kind had turned into before, and then flew towards Dumbledore. And they flew a long distance before they were transformed into another form. Seeing all this, Dumbledore was still extremely surprised in his heart, although he had seen the terrifying adaptability of the bloodworms from the intelligence before. In less than half a minute, the bloodworm that was repelled by his transformation approached again. Seeing all this, Voldemort showed a cruel smile on his face. But the next moment, his face became a little stiff. A familiar breath descended. Dumbledore raised the Deathly Hallows in his hand, the Elder Wand. Call. The Hogwarts dream world is coming. Chapter 557 Dumbledore, the true child of destiny. Dream world descends. This is a common method used by Lockhart. However, when Lockhart actively dispersed the dream seeds, Dumbledore also began to conduct relevant research. In particular, Lockhart showed the power of the dream world many times in front of him, and Dumbledore consciously guided him to conduct research. He forged a Hogwarts dream world that was exclusive to him. The majestic power of the dream world descended with a bang. In an instant, Voldemort found that the surrounding environment had changed very suddenly, as if he had descended into another world. No, to be precise, it descended into Hogwarts. The surrounding environment was very familiar, almost exactly the same as Hogwarts. However, there was no trace of any little wizard, and the surroundings were silent, empty, and even a little weird. Seeing this weird scene, Voldemort became alert, and the blood red mist seemed to respond to the changes in Voldemort's heart. It surged wildly, spread outward, and covered. It wanted to swallow everything around it. However, I don't know when, outside the blood red mist, with Voldemort as the center, familiar faces appeared one after another to Voldemort, and more of them appeared. There were Snape, McGonagall, and even Quirrell, Lockhart and other Hogwarts professors. There were more and more figures, and some faces were unfamiliar to Voldemort but familiar, because these people were often seen in portraits. Armando Dippet, Phineas Black and other past Hogwarts principals appeared. In addition, famous and unknown Hogwarts professors in history also appeared one after another. It seemed that, as long as they appeared in Hogwarts, and left a mark in the hearts of the little wizards, everything would be summoned. The majestic magic aura gradually gathered, and a vast and magnificent momentum appeared in Voldemort's heart. Damn it. Voldemort cursed inwardly. He didn't know if it was the influence of the surrounding environment, but he inexplicably felt a certain pressure, and even fear in his heart. However, this pressure once again stimulated his sensitive nerve. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The blood red mist rolled crazily, and the bloodworms began to devour everything around them, as if they wanted to devour the entire Hogwarts dream. Trees, grass, magic power, and dream power, they all began to devour. Buzz, buzz, buzz. However, when the blood red mist rolled, all the figures appeared in the dream, and at the same time, raised their wands high, and the power of dreams turned into the magic power they were most familiar with, and flowed into their bodies. Under the coordination of the Dream Warlord Dumbledore, these powerful professors and principals of Hogwarts in history joined forces to bombard boom, boom, boom. A large number of spell beams of red flame, dark green, dark blue, etc. attacked like machine gun bullets spitting out crazily. They all smashed towards the blood red mist in the middle. Almost instantly, at a speed visible to the naked eye, a large number of bloodworms died, scattered, and even shattered into nothingness. Most of the blood red mist was directly evaporated, and Voldemort, who was in the center, did not escape the bombardment of the skywide spells. The power of these spells, under the blessing of the dream world, can be said to be almost the same as their original bodies. In other words, their peak moments are all remembered by Hogwarts. And what Dumbledore embodied is their peak state: weak, pain, despair, death. In just a few seconds, Voldemort, who suffered the strongest attack in history and used various defensive means to resist desperately, was somewhat exhausted. Even with his will, negative emotions in his heart continued to emerge. In particular, one spell after another broke his defense and hit his body directly. Although his body was constantly repairing, more spells were also thrown. Without repair, continuous damage. Corroded, cut, cursed, paralyzed. In just half a minute, Voldemort seemed to enjoy all the pain in the world. That kind of pain and torture directly made Voldemort a little crazy, and even lost consciousness. Any means of attack, as long as it lasts for a long time, will be adapted by the bloodworm. In this case, then it is clean and neat, and use one of the strongest attacks to directly crush the bloodworm and kill Voldemort. As long as he dies, even if the opponent will be resurrected again, it will take some time. This is the final solution that Dumbledore thought of. Directly use the strongest means of attack that he has researched so far. After the Dream Sea devoured the spiritual ocean of Hogwarts, under the leadership of Dumbledore, the dream world of Hogwarts was created. Naturally, the spiritual imprints of many principals, professors, and even outstanding young wizards in history were also included in the dream world. When Dumbledore discovered this, he did not turn these spiritual imprints into food and let the dream world devour them. Instead, he kept consuming the power of dreams to cultivate, further, strengthen these spiritual imprints, and even turn them into virtual souls through the dream world. You know, those who can leave marks in the spiritual ocean of Hogwarts are definitely the best ones. It's not the principal or the professor, and even the students are the best of that era. These are the knowledge and spiritual wealth accumulated by Hogwarts for thousands of years. It would be a shameful waste to turn it directly into food, cultivate it, or even turn it into a virtual soul and live in the dream world. This is the most reasonable way to maximize these wealth. Of course, in terms of fighting, as we see now, when all the best wizards in Hogwarts history in the past 1,000 years attack at the same time, the effect can be described as devastating. Of course, the consumption is also extremely huge. The dream world of Hogwarts has shrunk at a speed visible to the naked eye. When the vast amount of spells ended, Dumbledore looked at the besieged middle area. The blood red mist had been completely shattered and almost evaporated. The entire ground was almost flattened for more than half a meter. Looking from a high altitude, you will find that a huge pit has appeared here, and the original position of Voldemort in the middle has disappeared. All the bloodworms in all the surrounding areas have been killed, and no corpses are left. The third death of the Dark Lord Voldemort. Cause of death, died at the hands of Dumbledore. Time, excluding the time for communication, it took less than a minute from the battle to the end. When everything was over, Dumbledore stood in the dream world, closed his eyes, and seemed to feel something. At the same time, in the depths of the world, a huge amount of destiny power, or the origin of the world, continued to flow like a river. What does Voldemort's 3 deaths seem to symbolize? The world consciousness seemed to be hesitating, as if it found that there was something wrong with the person it chose. Even if the other party had the most fate causal connections and an extremely obvious hostile attitude. But under its blessing, he still died repeatedly. When the subordinates who had spent a lot of resources to train were useless, it seemed that everyone would have another idea, even if it was a world consciousness that only thought by instinct. I don't know how long it took. It seemed to have been a year or a day, or just a moment. The river of destiny seemed to pause slightly, and then continued to flow. However, I don't know, when a fork appeared. The favor of destiny flows into an unknown place along the fork. Albus Dumbledore enjoys the favor of the world. When search and kill the world invaders. Chapter 558. Endless wisdom, the world's terror. Vast, grand, deep, eternal, transcendent, unimaginable, the master of everything, incredible. At this moment, Dumbledore was stunned and motionless. His eyes were filled with confusion, shock, horror, and incredible. It was too grand. He was like a raindrop facing the entire ocean. It was hard to imagine what the world consciousness was like. Although he only appeared for a few moments, Dumbledore had been thinking about that moment until now, and it was even difficult to describe it in words. He was not a wizard who specialized in fate, but at this moment, he just felt that everything around him was unusually coordinated. He raised his arm slightly, and it seemed that, just by a slight thought, the magic power of the outside world naturally fluctuated. Dumbledore had no doubt that, as long as his mind was a little stronger, he could cast a spell out of thin air. Everything around him was very friendly, just like being at home, in Hogwarts. No, to be precise, it was better than that. He just felt as if he had touched some mysterious and unknown existence and communicated with them. Various inspirations and ideas kept pouring out of his mind. Some spells, some knowledge, some ideas. It seemed that he didn't need to think, and they just popped up in his head. This feeling. It's so cool. This is the favor of the world. A certain thought inexplicably emerged in his mind, and Dumbledore suddenly felt a little emotional. It was simply unreasonable and illogical. This massive amount of knowledge didn't need to be thought about, and it felt like it flew into his mind. It was so attractive. How could this be explained by talent? It was clearly God pouring food into your mouth and chewing it for you to digest. It was really great love. How could he be so worthy of such great love? Dumbledore kept sighing in his heart. The favor of the world was reflected in Voldemort's body as the bloodworm that could devour everything and was almost eternal and immortal. But in Dumbledore, it was reflected as terrifying endless wisdom. This was the most suitable for Dumbledore. Even Dumbledore could find out the various mistakes and omissions in the magic he had studied before by simply thinking carefully, and even make up for them in an instant. When he used this endless wisdom to think about the world consciousness, in an instant, he seemed to understand the existence of the world consciousness, its thoughts, its ideas, its desires, and everything it required. The instinct of the world consciousness wants the world to exist forever. This is the most fundamental principle. Once anything touches this principle, it will be blocked by the world consciousness with all its strength. At this moment, Dumbledore could clearly perceive this. The first line of knowledge he had mastered in the past began to appear in his mind, and even some knowledge that he had never known at all began to appear. They combined with each other. All kinds of speculations, one by one possible. Why did several magic civilizations, dragons, elves, etc. in the past die out? It was because they were too powerful and had touched the edge of threatening the world consciousness. Naturally, they would be hit. This was the only answer that Dumbledore deduced through his endless wisdom. In other words, this was the answer that the world consciousness told Dumbledore. Tell him that this is the only way for wizards to survive. At the same time, Dumbledore's mission also emerged. Find the hidden intruder or thief. Destroy it and maintain world stability. At this moment, Dumbledore's heart was endlessly transparent, as if the whole world was clear in his eyes. What he had to do now, and in the future, was all clearly thought out. Suppress Grindelwald, kill Lockhart, destroy all traces of meditation, restrict the growth of wizards, promote muggles to replace wizards, protect the environment, and promote the further expansion of the spiritual ocean. One thought after another kept popping up in his mind, and turned into a practical plan. At this moment, Dumbledore seemed to be a wise man who saw through everything in the world, thinking about everything that was beneficial to the world from the perspective of the world. Then, Dumbledore, come and help me quickly. The cry of Tyrion, the king of goblins, came into Dumbledore's ears. Let's suppress Grindelwald together. Tyrion's voice seemed to wake up Dumbledore, who was thinking. In an instant, Dumbledore broke out in a cold sweat. Horrible. It was really too terrible. At that moment, all the thoughts and ideas that came up were not his at all. He seemed to be assimilated by the world consciousness. No, to be precise, it was the world consciousness that was using his brain to think rationally. He was not him at all just now. Endless wisdom. No, to put it more accurately, it was the thinking of the world consciousness. The more he used the endless wisdom, the easier it was to become a puppet of the world consciousness. Dumbledore's heart began to be alert, and he forced himself to cut off the feeling just now. Forget all the information that he had thought about before. Because the more he thought, the more he immersed himself in it, the easier it was to touch the endless wisdom. This is not the favor of the world, the love of the world. It is clearly a dose of poison, a chronic poison. Dumbledore's heart was lifted up all of a sudden, and the wand in his hand waved quickly to quickly check whether there was anything abnormal in his mental state. At the same time, he began to seal some memories and some information in his mind. To him, these are all viruses, information viruses, and mental viruses. At this moment, Turin, the king of the goblins, was concentrating on changing out the magic defense weapons around him to resist Grindelwald's spell attack. But he kept complaining in his heart, secretly cursing Dumbledore for not doing his job. Just now, after seeing Dumbledore kill Voldemort with one blow, to be honest, he was horrified, but more excited. He even showed a smug smile to Grindelwald. After all, Voldemort, who seemed to be invincible before, could not last a few rounds in Dumbledore's hands. If the two of them joined forces, Grindelwald would be able to control him in minutes. When the war is won, all the ideas will be promoted. To be honest, he was very fortunate that he and Dumbledore were in the same camp. Otherwise, if faced with such an attack, he felt that it would be very difficult for him to defend against it. Then, watching Dumbledore standing motionless in the air, even closing his eyes, this picture made Turin a little anxious. What are you doing? What is this for? Don't you know what is important now? Hurry up and suppress it together. Grindelwald will take back the Magic Congress and expel the winner. In this way, Dumbledore can return to your Britain. America will let their goblins play with the Magic Congress. What's the result? Are you resting here with your eyes closed? Turin thought silently in his heart, but he only dared to think about it, not to say it directly. Dumbledore's method of killing Voldemort just now really frightened Turin. So much so that Turin did not dare to urge Dumbledore, for fear that the other party would find an excuse to get rid of him. Although he still trusted Dumbledore's character, he did not have the idea of joking with his own life. However, watching Grindelwald constantly strengthen his attack, various rare and powerful spells were cast one after another. Even Grindelwald became more and more excited, and the means in his hands became more and more abundant, and he almost broke through his defense several times. Turin was a little overwhelmed. Well, there are 4 top fighters present. Voldemort, needless to say, was the first to enjoy the favor of the world, and it was very big. Secondly, it was Grindelwald, who had previously gained the attention of the world consciousness through deception. Although the world's favor was not as big as Voldemort's, so obvious. But for me personally, it is still of great help. Finally, there is Dumbledore, who has just been favored by the world. As a well-known wizard, a synonym for justice and kindness, and a top representative of white wizards, he has been contributing to the peace and stability of world order all his life. When the world consciousness was placed on Dumbledore, in an instant, it seemed that the world consciousness thought that it had found the most suitable candidate. A large amount of world favor fell from the sky, directly exceeding what Voldemort enjoyed, and ranked first. After all, how can a waste who has been killed repeatedly compare with Dumbledore, the greatest white wizard in the world? Although Dumbledore was ignored before, because the cause and effect fate between Voldemort and Lockhart was too closely entangled. But now that it is found that it is more suitable for Dumbledore, naturally, more resources are invested in him. In short, of the 4 top combat forces present, only Turin has been ignored by the world consciousness until now. Without help, he naturally fell to the last place. Just now, he couldn't help it and reminded Dumbledore. Dumbledore seemed to take some action, but soon stopped. Instead, he continued to cast magic to check himself. This made Turin curse in his heart. In his heart, a dark thought appeared. Is Dumbledore going to kill him with Grindelwald's hand? Principal Dumbledore, let's join forces. Suddenly he shouted loudly, a lot of auras and goblins have died. Dumbledore heard it, Grindelwald heard it, and the wizards and goblins around him also heard it. At this moment, Dumbledore seemed to have just sorted out his thoughts. He checked his own condition, and it seemed to be very good. After hearing Turin's shout, he frowned slightly, but jumped up and slowly landed beside Turin. Albus, how do you feel? Grindelwald stopped the spell attack in his hand and asked Dumbledore. Just now, he felt a terrifying force of destiny, which was directly around Dumbledore. It was incredible. The world's favor, or the reward of destiny, that he had received before, was not even 1% of what Dumbledore had just received. It is conceivable how terrible Dumbledore's gains were. At this moment, Turin, after seeing Grindelwald stop, was now beside Dumbledore. When he heard Grindelwald's question, he was a little puzzled. He was concentrating on resisting Grindelwald's attack just now, but he didn't pay too much attention to Dumbledore. After hearing Grindelwald's question, Dumbledore did not answer directly, but seemed to be savoring and thinking. It gives me a feeling of vastness, grandeur, mystery, beyond imagination, invincible. Dumbledore used a series of words to describe his feeling of world consciousness. In fact, being able to feel the existence of world consciousness is extremely rare in the entire history of the world. It is even very likely that Dumbledore is the first. However, it seems to be a little anxious, a little angry, a little worried, and even a little scared. I'm not sure, but I did sense a little bit just now. Very little, Dumbledore said slowly, with uncertainty in his tone. Yes, if it weren't for the existence of Lockhart, the thief and the intruder, how could the child of destiny and the thing favored by the world appear? Lockhart hid it too well, and stole more and more origins. This guy, in order to steal his own origin, actually ran to maintain world peace. Do you think this is what the world invaders did? Unaware, when it found that a lot of its own origins had been lost, it directly angered the world consciousness. Even up to now, it can clearly know the existence of Lockhart, but it just can't sense it, and can't find the other party's location. It's as if it is isolated from the world. The existence of Lockhart and the possible harm made the world consciousness anxious. That's why there are children of destiny, the world's favor, and things like human world agents. These are all strategies that the world consciousness has to come up with, after forcing it to have no other way. Really? Grindelwald seemed a little surprised. Are you sure that such an existence would be afraid? What would it be afraid of? What would make it afraid? It shouldn't be. No matter how powerful Lockhart is, he wouldn't be afraid of it. Grindelwald was surprised and incredible. It seemed impossible to imagine what kind of existence could make such a great existence feel afraid. However, in his heart, a certain idea gradually became certain. I don't know. I wonder if I sensed it wrong. Dumbledore said uncertainly. According to the previous thinking through endless wisdom, the only thing that can make the world consciousness feel fear is the destruction of the world itself. However, Lockhart is very powerful, he knows. But Lockhart will destroy the world. Isn't it a bit far-fetched? He couldn't imagine what kind of means could destroy a world. Even if a race is destroyed, Dumbledore believes that Lockhart has the strength to do it. After all, if Dumbledore lets go and destroys a race, even Muggles, he can do it. But destroying the world is simply unimaginable. However, as the identity of the world consciousness, fear will not be without reason. This means Turin, who was standing aside, watched Dumbledore and Grindelwald, who were constantly communicating like good friends, and even ignored his existence. His inner uneasiness became stronger and stronger, and he gradually stepped back, as if he didn't want to disturb the two people who were communicating. Suddenly, Turin felt two pairs of eyes on him. Grindelwald's half smile sounded in his ears. Sir Turin, it's really not easy to meet you. Chapter 559, Invaders from Another World. Turin, the Fairy King. Lord Turin, it's really not easy to meet you. After Grindelwald's voice fell, the retreating Goblin King suddenly froze. Almost instantly, 6 golden shields around his body were suspended at high speed, and the red and golden disc of fate floated above his head. He had a goblin sword on his waist, and held his scepter tightly in his hand. Behind Turin, Dozens of golden cones, weapons emitting powerful magic fluctuations, floated in the air, aiming at Grindelwald and Dumbledore. Be on full alert. All the cards are out. I have long known that the relationship between Grindelwald and Dumbledore is like an enemy, like a friend, but not a friend, and very complicated. Why did I get excited and believe Dumbledore's invitation? As a result, Voldemort, who was invited by Grindelwald, died. I'm afraid that the end of myself, who was invited by Dumbledore, will not be much better. Alas, I'm still confused by the interests. Dumbledore, can you tell me when you and Grindelwald joined forces? Turin was still a little puzzled and asked unwillingly. He quickly recalled every move of Dumbledore since he came to the United States. However, the more he thought about it, the sadder he felt, and the more he was afraid of Dumbledore. Because, since Dumbledore entered the United States, except for the initial request to meet with him, he basically had no request. Even the siege and sneak attack plan was not proposed by Dumbledore, but by the magic speaker Snot. Dumbledore did not show any of his own ideas or desires at all, and he was always going with the flow. He would not even intervene in things. When others asked him, he would at most give some suggestions, and he would never use his power to force others. It can be said that Dumbledore completely assumed the role of a supporter. This is why he believed in Dumbledore. In the entire Magic Congress, no one did not trust Dumbledore. Even the Speaker of the Magic Congress, Snot, felt very satisfied with this. In fact, Dumbledore performed too well, and did not affect the interests of everyone at all. Instead, he helped them further. So much so that he was paralyzed, and willing to believe in Dumbledore's character. Then, Dumbledore did not respond to Tyrion's question. He seemed to be thinking, or recalling some information he had just obtained. Grindelwald on the side, looked at Tyrion and Dumbledore with interest, and did not respond. It seemed that he was also very interested in Dumbledore's answer. Seeing such a strange state, for some reason, Tyrion felt a sense of hope in his heart. Could it be that he was overthinking? Dumbledore did not join forces with Grindelwald. It was just that the two old friends were reminiscing about the past. It seemed that he had grasped the last glimmer of hope, or the remaining trust from Dumbledore's selfless performance before. Tyrion was waiting for Dumbledore's reply. I don't know how long it took, maybe only 1 or 2 minutes, and Dumbledore came back to his senses while thinking. He stared at Tunan, the Goblin King opposite him. He seemed to recall the other party's question just now and slowly spoke. At this moment, Tyrion's heart was complicated, as if the heart that had been in a knot could finally be slowly let go, and even a trace of calmness appeared. I have never made any agreement with Gellert, let alone any alliance. Dumbledore's first sentence made Tyrion extremely happy. However, the second sentence made his face stiffen. However, in order to keep the goblins in the wizarding world, I think it is best for you not to show up. There was a cold breath in the plain words. Instantly, the Goblin King suddenly felt cold all over, and his scalp was numb. What do you mean by not showing up? It would be better to ask him to die. Why, Dumbledore? Tyrion asked unwillingly. Tell me a reason? Or maybe he actually knew the reason in his heart, but he wanted to get confirmation from Dumbledore again. You know. Dumbledore saw everything from Tyrion's unwilling eyes and sighed. Do things really have to be so extreme? Don't leave any hope for the goblins. We just want to stand up. Dumbledore, you should know. Tyrion's tone was full of despair and unwillingness. This time, even if he doesn't die. But the goblins present today basically include 80% of their elite forces. The demise of this group of elite goblins basically means that the accumulation of goblins over hundreds of years has been destroyed. The goblin who just stood up halfway had his legs and even his hands broken. Stand up. Tyrion, what you said is really nice. Grindelwald said jokingly, I dare to believe it. But the question is, do you dare to believe it? Yes. How can standing up not pay a price? The plate of the wizarding world is so big, if you eat more, others will have less, right? At this moment, Tyrion was extremely clear-headed. He also understood the truth, but he was still a little unwilling. Dumbledore, I know we can't get out today. Tyrion began to provoke, but even if you have the prestige in the wizarding world, you can't afford the backlash brought about by your cooperation with Grindelwald. Grindelwald's influence in the United States is really too great. directly destroy the Magic Congress. The Ministry of Magic of other countries will never accept it. Tyrion reminded her without saying the rest of the words. Let Dumbledore let Grindelwald and the others suspect themselves. Talking too much would be counterproductive and even make the two unite. Even if he died this time, even if the two of them successfully got through this incident, he would plant a thorn in their hearts to prepare for the future. Yes, given his cautious character, how could he not leave himself a way to resurrect? Although this time, the Goblin clan will lose most of its strength and even be suppressed in the future. But as long as he doesn't die, the Goblin fire will not be extinguished. Snap, snap, snap. Tyrion, don't struggle. Grindelwald clapped his hands lightly, but his tone was unusually cold. It's not easy to catch you this time, and I will never let you escape. As for the relationship between Dumbledore and me, don't worry, you don't have to worry about it. At this point, Grindelwald noticed Tyrion's calm and focused eyes, as if he thought of something funny. He said jokingly, Dumbledore and I have discovered a truth. Tell me how it feels. The Goblin King Tyrion attempted to start the third war between goblins and wizards. He trained the spy, the vice speaker of the Magic Congress, Chenis, to impersonate Grindelwald and attempt to kill the speaker of the Congress, Jack. The American wizarding world has been in chaos. Of course, all this is superficial. The most important truth was discovered by the great white wizard Dumbledore. The Goblin King Tyrion is a lurker and invader from another world. He uses war to make everything chaotic in order to occupy the wizarding world. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 560, Being Targeted by the Whole World. Invader? From another world? Invading the wizarding world? What a ridiculous, absurd, even idiotic reason this is. Whoever believes it is a fool. At this moment, Tyrion looked at Grindelwald with a idiotic eye. He admitted that he was framed, but finding such a ridiculous reason to frame him. Is Grindelwald crazy? Feeling Tyrion's strange eyes, Grindelwald did not feel embarrassed at all, but smiled even more. Looking at Grindelwald's smile, Tyrion felt a little weird, even a little uneasy. So he set his sights on Dumbledore. With Dumbledore's wisdom, the frame-up would not be solo level, right? However, he saw Dumbledore was silent, and silence meant agreement. Dumbledore also wanted to use such a ridiculous excuse to frame his mother, an invader from another world. Such a ridiculous, such a flawed reason. Isn't it asking for trouble? Looking at the silent Dumbledore and Grindelwald with a weird smile on his face, Tyrion's brain was working rapidly, and all kinds of thoughts and guesses kept emerging in his mind. Impossible, impossible. A terrible guess suddenly emerged in Tyrion's heart. Grindelwald and Dumbledore dared to say it. Naturally, it would not be groundless. Think of the message sent from Voldemort in France recently. If everything is true, there is really another world, and there are really invaders. Then, it's not right. Even if it is really linked to him, what good will it do for Dumbledore and Grindelwald? All kinds of contradictory thoughts emerged in his mind, densely packed, like a ball of thread that is rolling bigger and bigger. Lockhart, are you okay? Dumbledore suddenly asked. It woke up Tyrion, who was thinking. I don't know when. A figure stood beside Dumbledore. It was Gilderoy Lockhart, the headmaster of Kamar-Taj, who should be far away in the UK. It's okay, the magic circle has been fully activated. Lockhart's tone was mixed with a hint of excitement. What happens next will be completely recorded and archived. All traces, all fluctuations, all trajectories will be saved from beginning to end. Okay, it's time for me to fulfill my duties. Dumbledore said slowly. Hey, if you take the other party's money, you have to do something anyway. Otherwise, you will be like Tom, who took too much and ended up with no results and suffered heavy losses. What was the result? It made him successful. The conversation between the two made Tyrion a little nervous. He didn't know why, and when he put his eyes on Grindelwald, but he found that Grindelwald was getting farther and farther away. When he shifted his sights to Dumbledore and the other person, he found that the two began to move away from him at a rapid speed, flying away. It seemed to be moving away from him. No, avoiding him, like avoiding the plague. Logically, when something like this happened, Tyrion should be excited. After all the people who wanted to stop him left. However, it was just the opposite. At this moment, Tyrion felt creepy, as if countless spikes were piercing his body. All of a sudden, it felt like his clothes were forcibly stripped off and thrown into the ice and snow. Suffocation. Repulsion. Endless suffocation. It seemed that every breath of air always felt so difficult. He cast a spell, trying to solve the problem through magic. However, he found that, apart from the magic power in his body, the magic power in the outside world could not be called at all, and did not hear any sound at all. Not only did it not respond, but it kept rampaging in his body. Puff. In an instant, a mouthful of bright red blood spurted out of his mouth. Backlash. He actually suffered the backlash of magic. Oh my god, he didn't even cast a spell. It was just magic flowing in his body. At the same time, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Above the sky, dark clouds gathered, and a strong wind rose. The sound of thunder roared, and a huge pressure filled the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, the sky and the earth changed color. All this shocked Tyrion, the king of the goblins. Albus, how long do you think he can last? Grindelwald asked from a distance. Looking back at the world consciousness he had just come into contact with, Dumbledore said uncertainly, I feel that he can only last once at most. Seeing Dumbledore's attitude, Grindelwald was a little surprised. It shouldn't be, if the world consciousness is really that strong. How can it not do anything to Lockhart? He just integrated all the wand aura he collected into Tyrion's body. It is equivalent to putting a coat on Tyrion without knowing it. A coat from an invader from another world. And this invader had provoked the world consciousness not long ago. It's just that he hadn't been found before. And now he suddenly appeared in front of us. How could the world not move? With movement, there is no doubt that this is an excellent opportunity to observe and take action by the world consciousness. They have never come into contact with it before, and at most they can only guess. In the future, they need more information about the world consciousness, which is the first step for them to obtain information. It is very important and critical. What method does the world consciousness use? When and where? How powerful it is? And a series of information. Are there any drawbacks? All of these will be initially revealed. Lockhart, don't forget the deal between us, Grindelwald interrupted. Of course, we need help in the new world, if we want to gain a foothold, Lockhart agreed without hesitation. After that, he focused his attention on Tyrion, the king of the goblins. This is really a great opportunity to detect the reality of the world consciousness. My emotions have changed, and I have an impulse to kill Tyrion immediately, which is very strong. Dumbledore observed the changes in his emotions and analyzed objectively. It seems that we ourselves are also a means of attack by the world consciousness. I can feel it, but it's very slight. It may be because I have stripped myself of the influence of fate. Grindelwald also analyzed. You can study the corresponding magic or magic circle later to block the relevant connection. In response, Lockhart nodded silently and continued to pay attention to Tyrion's situation. This game was set up by Grindelwald. The price he paid was not small. At this moment, Tyrion felt the great pressure between heaven and earth, and his expression became extremely solemn. He had some guesses about the abnormality at this moment, but because of his guess, he felt extremely desperate. A blow from the world. He, the most talented person in the Goblin clan for hundreds of years, the Lord of the Goblins, actually became an experimental subject. How ridiculous. And then, boom. Chapter 561. Meteorite falls from the sky. Self-seal. Boom. The dark clouds in the sky made the whole world dark. The roaring thunder, mixed with the sound of thunder, seemed to freeze time. At this moment, the fairy king Tunon was wearing a dark blue cloak, which was a treasure of the fairy clan. As if sensing how powerful the next threat was, the cloak began to flash with dark blue light the moment it came out. On the surface of the body, an indestructible protective shield was instantly formed. Tyrion, who was inside the protective shield, felt that the breath that captured people and took souls was weakened a lot, and couldn't help but breathe. The pressure was too great. Not only the thunder above the sky, but also the surroundings seemed to be excluding him, not even letting him breathe, let alone absorb magic power. This feeling was as if he was abandoned by the whole world, not excluding it. Even when he forcibly absorbed the surrounding magic power, it caused a backlash in his body. It was too difficult, too difficult. Now, he could only rely on the magic power in his body and the treasures accumulated by the fairy clan to defend himself. Boom. 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 Thunder sounded, and waves of dark blue lightning struck Turin. However, they were all blocked by the protective shield on his body, and did not cause much damage to him. The fact that his means were easily blocked seemed to make the Emperor of Heaven a little angry. With a roar, a dark blue ball of lightning with strong fluctuations hit Turin directly. Boom. Facing the coming of thunder, the dark blue protective shield flashed wildly. The light flickered, and a violent white light emerged, which was very dazzling. A deafening roar sounded, and it was instantly visible that the originally indestructible protective shield wall was full of dense cracks. The cloak on his body seemed to be overwhelmed, and began to break. The flowing thunder made Turin stiffen. Fortunately, most of the thunder was resisted, and Turin quickly returned to normal with his ability. The dark blue protective shield also gradually began to close. Despite this, Turin also knew that, if the same attack came again, he might not be able to resist it at all. In response, Turin waved his hand, and a purple cloak floated above his head. At the same time, a purple protective shield replaced the function of the cloak. Another goblin treasure. As the king of goblins, he doesn't have much, but a lot of treasures. Especially this time, he expected to face Grindelwald, so he brought a lot of prepared things. Who would have thought that it was a conspiracy, a game? But the previous preparations also allowed him to buy some time. Seeing this, Turin continued to concentrate on searching for various traces in his body. If it were an ordinary wizard, he would probably think of resisting the rejection between heaven and earth and thunder and lightning. But he is not. With years of experience, he deeply understands that he must solve the most fundamental problem, that is, why the world rejects himself. In other words, what did Grindelwald do to himself to lead to such a result? Otherwise, even if he resisted too much, he would not be able to escape death in the end. Especially around, I don't know where the three people ran to, secretly observing. Otherwise, he would like to die with the other party. It must be the means used in the battle with Grindelwald just now. Thoughts in his heart emerged silently. Checking around himself, Turin didn't seem to find too many abnormalities. The magic power in his body didn't change. Although his breath was chaotic, it didn't seem to be affected too much. There were no extra objects on the surface of his body. Even the surroundings didn't have any treasure devices to pull. What could it be? Turin was thinking frantically. At this moment, suddenly, the dark clouds in the sky dissipated a little, as if they knew that thunder would not have much effect on the fairy king Turin. At the same time, a trace of red light was revealed from the dark clouds, and the dark clouds dissipated. It was like the light after the rain. No, to be precise, the white light was dispersed after the rain, and this was red light, a hot light. Feeling a majestic and hot breath coming from the sky, Turin raised his head, his face changed, and became a little ugly. From the dark clouds that were dissipating in the sky, he saw a huge fireball falling rapidly from an unknown height of many meters. Meteorite impact? Damn it, Turin cursed in his heart. Give him some time, he was about to find it. If he is given some more time, he will definitely find the root of everything he has encountered. However, the world seems to be extremely angry with this thief, and it seems to call on all forces to wipe him out. This made Lockhart, Grindelwald and others not far away secretly smack their lips. If it were them, they would only be able to run for their lives in the face of such an attack. However, Tunan might not be able to escape this time. In order to ensure the smooth progress of the experiment, they disrupted the surrounding space to prevent the other party from casting a space spell to escape. Even if Tongnan wanted to leave by flying, they also set up various traps in the air around him. In short, Turin, the experimental subject, must be a test subject today. Let them see what the means of world consciousness are. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The meteorite far away in the sky flew towards the ground at a high speed. Above the sky, a white line could be seen with the naked eye. The red light of the meteorite became more and more conspicuous and larger. In Tunan's eyes, the meteorite that fell rapidly from the sky became larger and larger. The airwaves were rolling, and the grass under the ground had been flattened. And he, wearing armor, resisted the overwhelming airwaves and pressure. The signs of the meteorite's arrival had spread to the 4 weeks. The wizards and goblins in the distance saw this scene and ran out with all their strength. The rolling dark clouds and wandering thunder just now had already terrified them. Now facing such a devastating blow, they really didn't have the courage to face it. Regardless of the previous battle, both the wizards of the Saints and the people of the Magic Congress evacuated one after another. At this moment, the Goblin King Turin, facing such an attack, closed his eyes and put his hands together. The golden red disc of fate floated above his head and slowly rotated, casting strands of golden red light on his body. His figure began to become illusory. His breath began to become empty and ethereal. It seemed to exist. It seemed to be nothing. It seemed to disappear in the next moment. Turin's state did not affect the arrival of the meteorite at all. Or it could be said that it had reached this point, and the world had no way to control the landing of the meteorite. Boom. The meteorite descended, and in the blink of an eye, a mushroom cloud like a nuclear explosion suddenly rose. The vast energy fluctuations, the blinding white light, the khaki dust floating in the sky. This made Grindelwald, Lockhart and others not far away swallow their saliva. With such an attack, there is really no other way except to escape. The white light gradually dimmed, the dust gradually dissipated, and a huge pit stood on the land. Above the pit, there was a Turin with his hands clasped together, his eyes closed, and an illusory figure. At this moment, Turin was motionless, like a dead body. However, from the slight rise and fall of his chest, he was still alive. At the same time, the world consciousness seemed to think that Turin was dead, and the strong wind gradually receded, and no new round of attacks was formed. Grindelwald in the distance saw this scene. His eyes narrowed slightly, as if he had thought of something. Not worried or afraid, he jumped up and slowly fell towards Turin's position. Turin's figure was illusory and transparent, and the leaves and yellow sand blew through it without affecting it at all. It was as if it was just an illusion. Seeing Turin with his hands folded and his eyes closed, Grindelwald was secretly amazed. This guy is worthy of being the king of his clan. His brain is very fast. He can think of such a deception so quickly. Yes, he once deceived the world consciousness and gained a certain favor. Then Turin also deceived and escaped. But the price he paid. Looking at Turin, who sealed himself and isolated himself from time and space, Lockhart had to say that he admired him in his heart. Then he cast a spell to quickly record the sudden state at this moment, preparing to study related magic or artifacts later. Because Turin, facing the crisis of life, did not dare to neglect it at all, and used all means to protect himself by sealing. Therefore, the heavy means have not yet made him return to normal. It is even unknown how long it will take to unlock the seal. It is not certain whether this will be eternal. But this is what Turin had to do, because if he didn't do this, he would die. However, his ideas and methods provided Lockhart with a lot of reference. Lockhart, why don't we help Turin to unlock the seal? Grindelwald said, maybe we can still conduct the next round of tests. Poor me, I still haven't forgotten my career. After all, he will go to a new world next. How to attack, and how to avoid the world consciousness. He needs to study and learn. He can't rely on Lockhart completely, and he is not a person with such a personality. Moreover, if such a scourge is not eliminated as soon as possible, he will be uneasy. And Dumbledore, looking at Turin, who was trapped in the self-seal, nodded silently in agreement. The world consciousness may be too grand. If you don't pay special attention, you won't notice Turin's small tricks. But they are different. Door to door, face to face, all the means used by Turin came into view. Facing the king of the hostile race, letting him die, is the best choice. And Lockhart, seeing the expressions of the two people, naturally would not refuse. The next moment, the wand in his hand was slightly raised, and Turin, who was in the state of self-seal, was most accurate. Magic power spewed out, and from the tip of the magic power, a colorful light flashed. It quickly turned into complex and mysterious runes in the air. Dense runes poured into the illusory figure. passing through the illusory figure. Some floated nearby, and some were close to it. Then, it rotated rapidly in a counterclockwise direction. The power of dreams quickly transformed into fate, time, space and other forces. As if time was reversing, Turin, who was originally an illusory figure, began to condense at a speed visible to the naked eye, and began to become more concrete. Golden armor, purple cloak, black and gold scepter, all appeared in front of him one by one. At this moment, Turin's consciousness was in the void without any thoughts or ideas, as if he was dead. This is the state of the seal. But gradually, a trace of light dispelled the void, and various small hands seemed to emerge around him, pulling him from the void into reality. Does this seem to be a good thing? The thought that emerged in Turin's mind, whose consciousness was still in a confused state. But vaguely, it seemed that something was not good. He was not as calm as before, nor did he think through it completely. The seal was too thorough. Without enough time, it would be difficult for his consciousness, his brain, and even his magic power to return to normal. After an unknown amount of time, the light had completely dispelled the nothingness. Turin's consciousness gradually returned to normal, and his memory gradually recovered. He remembered that he had faced a crisis that could be called extinction before. He avoided it by sealing himself. Then, he opened his eyes and saw 3 familiar faces. Turin's eyes flashed with confusion, but soon returned to normal, with horror and a hint of despair in his eyes. I thought about it a long time ago. I can't escape this disaster. After despair, there was only indifference. Turin's face was calm, and he seemed to say with some emotion. He already understood his fate, but it was still a pity that he did not realize the wishes of his race after all. Dumbledore, can you tell me, what will happen to the goblins after I die? Turin asked. His tone was calm, and there was a hint of hope in his despair. Dumbledore did not reply. He was experiencing the changes in his heart. Turin's reappearance seemed to be sensed by the world consciousness. This made the world very angry. He clearly sensed the anger in his heart, and the killing intent emerged uncontrollably. This was the world consciousness giving him an order. Don't worry, the goblin clan will not perish, and it will have a new beginning. Dumbledore comforted him. Then, Avada Kedavra, the dark green killing curse flashed, and hit the body of Turin, the Goblin King. The body collapsed directly on the ground, and the breath suddenly disappeared. Death. At the same time, a thunderous sound suddenly came from the clear sky. Let the 3 people look up at the same time. At this moment, outside the Goblin Palace far away in another city, the floor suddenly shattered. The resurrection ceremony prepared by Turin, the Goblin King, was directly shattered. Death. Complete death. There is no chance of resurrection at all. At this moment, Dumbledore suddenly closed his eyes, and some information emerged in his mind, as well as the coming of the power of destiny again. He knew the ending of Turin, the Goblin King. He was favored by the world again. Because of him, he killed a thief of the world. At this moment, he felt complicated and fortunate. The world consciousness is really powerful, but it seems that from now on, it does not have complete rationality, so that it can get rewards through deception. Soon, Dumbledore opened his eyes, looked at Lockhart and Grindelwald opposite, and slowly said, everything is as expected. The rest depends on you. Chapter 562. New Headmaster of Hogwarts. Council of Wizarding Order. England, Hogwarts, the Headmaster's Office. Headmaster McGonagall. This is the key to the Headmaster's Office of Hogwarts. Headmaster McGonagall. This is the contract of the 4 founders of Hogwarts. You need to sign your name to be recognized. Headmaster McGonagall. This is the acceptance rate and the book of admission. Please keep it. Headmaster McGonagall. From the portrait, from the wizard's mouth, one command after another, one request after another made Minerva McGonagall fall into a trance. She knew that maybe one day, she would become the real headmaster of Hogwarts. She often regarded herself as the vice headmaster, but she didn't expect it to be so fast. It was really too fast. In a blink of an eye, she moved into the headmaster's office and signed a contract with an ancient castle like Hogwarts. She, Minerva McGonagall, is the current headmaster of Hogwarts. Headmaster McGonagall. Hogwarts has a heritage library, and each headmaster has the right to enter once a year. You need to pay attention. Every time you enter, you must bring new unknown knowledge as a supplement to the wizard's heritage. The portrait of Headmaster Armando Duppert said. Of course, as the headmaster of Hogwarts, you have the obligation to continuously incorporate the latest magical knowledge into the heritage library. This is a joint decision of the 4 founders. Everything is for wizard civilization. At this point, Principal Duppert's voice became serious. Although McGonagall was a little surprised, she still nodded gently to show that she understood. Principal Duppert, is there anything else that only the headmaster of Hogwarts can know? McGonagall asked softly. After hearing this, Principal Duppert was silent for a while, as if he was organizing his words, before he slowly said, there is another thing. To be precise, it is a gift left to Hogwarts by your predecessor, Albus Dumbledore. Really? McGonagall was a little surprised. Why didn't I hear Albus say it? Because you haven't taken the position of principal before. Principal Duppert said directly, this is a gift left to Hogwarts by Dumbledore as the principal. According to the regulations, only the principal of Hogwarts can know or master it. At this point, Principal Duppert's voice also had a slight smile. Of course, maybe this is also a surprise that Albus wants to give you. In response, Minerva McGonagall, the current principal of Hogwarts, smiled and looked at the portrait of Principal Duppert with some expectation. It seemed that she was waiting for his next introduction. What Dumbledore left for Hogwarts is the control of the Hogwarts Dream World. Every Hogwarts headmaster can control the Hogwarts Dream World, and it is up to the headmaster to consider how to use the Dream World to cultivate young wizards and defense systems, etc. McGonagall, this can be considered a test left by Dumbledore for you. You have to use this power well. Principal Duppert said so, and McGonagall nodded heavily to show that she understood. Okay, the information about confirmation is over. Principal Duppert's tone became a little lighter. Now, McGonagall, tell me about Dumbledore's current status. I heard that he seems to have a big move. Of course, Principal Duppert, Albus is now the chief of the Wizarding Order Council. Hogwarts, the hall cafeteria. Everyone, look, our headmaster Dumbledore is now the leader of wizards all over the world. Haha, Hogwarts is invincible. Just after the meal started, many little wizards didn't want to eat and directly waved the Daily Prophet in their hands, cheering excitedly. If you look closely, you can clearly see a series of eye-catching headlines written in the Daily Prophet. Celebrate the establishment of the Wizard Order Council. Wizards all over the world unite. The British wizarding world has regained its glory. Dumbledore serves as the president of the World Wizard Council. The world's magic ministries jointly congratulate the establishment of the World Wizard Council. Any of these headlines is enough to attract the attention of all wizards. However, what attracted everyone's attention the most was a picture on the front of the Daily Prophet. Dumbledore was seen standing on a high platform, holding a purple and gold book in his hand, as if he was taking an oath. And below him, British Minister of Magic Fudge, former President of the United States Magical Congress and current Minister of Magic Jack, German, French and other magic ministers all saluted solemnly. It seems to express that they are a member of the Wizard Order Council. Harry, Professor McGonagall is now the new headmaster of Hogwarts. Who do you think will become the headmaster of our Gryffindor? Ron asked curiously. However, Harry seemed to be concentrating on tasting the food in his hand and did not reply. Ron seemed to be familiar with Harry's indifferent state and continued. Now that Snape has left, it seems that the headmaster of Slytherin College will also be replaced. It seems that after Headmaster Dumbledore leaves, the whole Hogwarts will undergo great changes. I hope the new potions professor will have a better temper and not be as strict as Snape. Ron said to himself beside him, eating a bite of sausage from time to time. Hermione beside him looked at Harry quietly, seeming a little worried. After eating a few bites of food, it seemed that she still couldn't help it, so she whispered to Harry, "Harry, how is your mother? She is now the potions professor of Kamar-Taj. You are not going to leave Hogwarts too, are you?" Hearing Hermione's question, Harry, who was eating, paused slightly, as if this question had troubled him before. Or, he was also very hesitant. That's right, following your mother is a choice that every child will make subconsciously. Especially this mother died to protect herself. I haven't seen her for more than 10 years. How could I choose to leave my mother? Seeing Harry's pause and hesitation, Hermione couldn't help but complain, Principal Dumbledore is the same. Professor Snape has left, so we can just ask Professor Lily to come back. Professor Lily was once a member of Gryffindor. It would be great if she came back. Hearing this, Harry lowered his head and started eating. He thought about this question for a long time. He didn't want to go to Kamar-Taj and didn't want to see Professor Lockhart. But his mother was in Kamar-Taj and was the professor of potions. Although his mother didn't invite him to Kamar-Taj, Kamar-Taj did invite him to join. Especially not long ago, Principal Dumbledore also talked to him before leaving. The content of the conversation also caught him off guard. Because Principal Dumbledore said that he suggested that Harry agree to Kamar-Taj's request. He said it was more suitable for his future development. Of course, Hogwarts also welcomes Harry to stay. In the end, I don't know if it was Dumbledore, but the headmaster discovered his rejection of Professor Lockhart. He seemed to remind him specifically that Kamar-Taj would usher in some changes. Professor Lockhart would leave Kamar-Taj for a long time. Dumbledore's advice plus the final reminder seemed to add a heavy weight to Harry's inner balance. In his heart, he secretly made a certain choice. However, this choice was not good for his two friends and for the professor who had always trusted him. Therefore, he became more silent, even more indifferent than before. Hermione on the side saw Harry and lowered her head to continue eating. I don't know if she noticed something. She began to change the subject and started chattering. Harry, why do you think Professor Snape left Hogwarts? Where will he go after leaving Hogwarts? He won't go to Kamar-Taj, right? Professor Lily is in charge of the potions class at Kamar-Taj, so there is no place for Snape. Ron, did your parents tell you about the Wizarding Order Council? I've heard everyone say that it is an organization that unites all the magic ministries in the world. It's like the United Nations in the Muggle world. Hermione, I don't know either. They don't tell me about this. How about I write a letter and ask? In the cafeteria of the hall, there were the excited cheers of the little wizards, the private discussions of Hermione and Ron, and the little wizards like Harry who were focused on eating. Today's lunch seems to be particularly memorable. The Himalayas. From a distance, what came into view were the snow-capped peaks and endless snow-capped mountains. If you look from the foot of the mountain, you will see towering peaks, with the tops covered with snow, like a thin layer of white gauze, making people feel as if they are in a mysterious fairyland. Climbing to the middle of the mountain, looking from afar, you can only see endless snowfields, a vast expanse of white, like a world covered in silver. The snow here is so pure and so white. However, on a towering mountain, there is no snow and no cold. Everything is like spring, with a mild climate, green grass and trees everywhere, and even flying birds, including various magical animals. However, the most conspicuous thing here is the huge building in the middle. The plaque of the building is written in purple and gold, Wizard Order Council. And in front of the palace, there is a huge marble statue. It is the appearance of Dumbledore holding a book in his hand and taking an oath. Turning your eyes into the building, you will find that many wizards are busy working. Green flames rose from the fireplace from time to time, and figures appeared or disappeared. The wizards who came out hurriedly, holding documents in their hands, walked towards a certain office. The atmosphere of the entire parliament seemed a little solemn and tense. The alien invader, the Goblin King, reappeared and controlled the goblins to attack the African Ministry of Magic. The Dark Lord Voldemort betrayed the wizarding world and joined forces with the Goblin King to create new chaos, promote further research on meditation, to consolidate the world order, construct a world defense magic circle to prevent alien invasion. From time to time, I didn't see such titles appear in their documents. Yes, the Wizard Order Council was established for the purpose of maintaining world peace and preventing invasions from the Hell World. After the world consciousness sensed it, it seemed to agree very much. Dumbledore personally felt a lot of world favors coming to him again. Grindelwald, who was helping on the side, also received a lot of favors. Under the care or encouragement of the world consciousness, with the cooperation of 4 top wizards, Dumbledore, Grindelwald, Lockhart, and Dark Lord Tom. Basically, all the ministries of magic actively or passively submit to the Wizard Order Council. Well, those who do not submit will basically be attacked by the alien invaders, the Goblin King or Voldemort, like some magic ministries in Africa. The losses are heavy. If the Wizard Order Council had not sent people to arrive in time, it would have fallen directly. At this moment, in the conference hall, Dumbledore was discussing with a group of ministers of magic about the arrangement of the World Defense Magic Circle. Speaker Dumbledore, you asked to build wizard temples in New York, London, and Hong Kong. I have no objection to this. But I want to know, are you sure that you can build a magic circle to defend the entire world by only 3 temples? In addition, are the number of resources you requested too much? The Egyptian Minister of Magic stood up and asked. Minister Abiy, regarding the magic circle, I can tell you clearly that it is enough to construct 3 temples. The most important thing is the energy core, not the other things. As for resources, I think that, in order to protect the world, no matter how much we have, we must use it. Dumbledore's resounding words sounded, and the world consciousness was somewhat delighted, as if it sensed that Dumbledore's decision would benefit itself in some way. The power of destiny gathered again, and at the same time, the direction of the River of Destiny began to shift a little. The Wizard Order Council, born to protect the world, deserves the world's favor. And the Egyptian Minister of Magic Abiy seemed a little speechless, and had to sit down. He had just sat down when the Russian Minister of Magic stood up and asked again, Speaker Dumbledore, regarding your previous proposal to set up a compulsory meditation course at the Massacre School of Magic. I have no objection to this. But our actual problem is that we need a large number of meditation potions, books, magical knowledge and corresponding teachers, etc., which many small countries simply do not have. If we want to respond to the decision of the parliament, can the parliament provide some support? The question of the Russian Minister of Magic seemed to have hit the pain points of many of the ministers of magic present, and they all discussed in a low voice. After a while, Dumbledore looked at everyone present. When the discussion gradually calmed down, he said in an unquestionable tone, in order to protect the world, we need to strengthen the power of wizards. Promoting meditation is our most core measure. As for resources, the parliament will provide certain subsidies. At the same time, for a series of problems such as the poor equipment and shortage of teachers in small countries' magic academies, Hogwarts, Kamar-Taj, Ifamoni and other world-class magic academies will join forces to open branches in local areas, integrate teachers, integrate resources, and cultivate young wizards. Everything is to strengthen wizards. Everything is to protect the world. Chapter 563 Return to the Marvel Universe, Grindelwald's Request. Searching for the solidified world shuttle channel. Search successful. Teleporting. Transporting. Welcome the host back to the Marvel world. Warning 1. Due to the host's behavior, the world has increased its lock. It is recommended not to return to the Harry Potter world in the near future. Warning 2. Due to the shielding of the world lock, a lot of energy is consumed. Please replenish it in time. Warning 3. This time, the number of souls carried is too large. And the anchor time point is moved back again. It is expected to take 10 to 20 days. Buzz. Silence. In the closed world of Vincian. Suddenly, the magic circles around suddenly lit up, and the soft lights drove away all the darkness. The eyes of the closed magic mechanical puppets turned from red light to soft blue light, which seemed to indicate that they had entered the service mode. At this moment, in an office in the Vincian world, the figure of the magic suitcase of the leader Lockhart suddenly appeared. Well, it's been 15 days. This time the time is long enough. Lockhart roughly estimated and complained in his heart. It seems that he thought of something. The magic suitcase in his hand fell to the ground, and he waved his hand gently, and the suitcase slowly opened. As soon as it was opened, he saw 4 familiar figures running out. They were Wanda, Ian, Remy, and Vera. Teacher, we are back to the Vincian world, Wanda said excitedly. In response, Lockhart nodded gently. At this time, Vera, Ian and others also felt a familiar breath, and a faint smile appeared on their faces. At the same time, on the stairs inside the magic suitcase, a black-robed figure walked out again. He was tall and thin, with a mature and handsome appearance, and seemed to walk out slowly and leisurely. However, From the small movement of his right hand hanging on the magic wand at his waist, it seemed that his vigilance could be detected. Jetler, welcome to the new world. Lockhart made an inviting gesture and said. Grindelwald, looking at Lockhart who was smiling faintly on the opposite side, paused slightly, and then stretched out his hand to shake it. You call the new world the Vincian world? Grindelwald asked so, and it was obvious that he had just heard what Wanda said. Without waiting for Lockhart to answer, Wanda on the side began to introduce, Mr. Grindelwald, that's not it. The universal world is a secret space opened up by the Supreme Sorcerer for the Mentor. The new world has not yet had a definite name, but we just call it the new world. You can also call it the same as us. Hearing Wanda's introduction, Grindelwald nodded to show that he understood, shook his head, and looked at the 4 students. Then he looked at Lockhart, and gave him a look, as if hinting at something, without saying anything. When Lockhart saw it, he whispered, Wanda, Ian, you go back to the inner space of the suitcase first. Take the new saints and wizards out to settle down, and briefly introduce the new world and some behavioral precautions later. Jared and I have something to talk about. Hearing this, the 4 students nodded one after another, and then walked back to the inner space of the suitcase. Prepare to bring out all the saints and wizards who came with them this time. Fortunately, the secret realm of the Vincian world was opened up by the Supreme Sorcerer. It not only has a large capacity and area, but also has a much higher energy level than the wizard world. Simply put, it is much better than the Kamar-Taj secret realm in the wizard world. This will be much more convenient for settling newcomers from the wizard world. Otherwise, it would be a bit troublesome just to find a place for these people to live. After all, this time, not only did his mentor bring a large number of young wizards and a group of wizards to the new world, Grindelwald also brought a large number of saints, ready to take root in the new world. After seeing the 4 people leave, Lockhart waved his hand, the door of the office opened, and he took Grindelwald to the tea room. To talk about things, talk while drinking tea. This is Lockhart's habit. At this moment, Grindelwald felt the abundant energy around him, as if he could clearly feel the energy in his body rising continuously by just breathing in. Shocked, he couldn't help but feel fear in his heart. In his cognition, the energy level of the strong in the world is matched. The same is true for magical creatures. In a place with poor energy, it is difficult for magical creatures to be born, and even if they are born, they are very weak. Lockhart's own secret world can reach such an energy level, so how strong is the energy level of the new world? How strong are the strong people born in it? At the same time, he was also looking at the various buildings around him, looking at the shops selling potions and magic weapons, the magical mechanical puppets wandering around, and the prosperous streets. Grindelwald couldn't help but look at Lockhart, who was leading the way in front. Although he knew that Lockhart might live well in the new world and even have his own industry. However, what he saw in front of him was not living well, but clearly rich. He had to wonder, is this Lockhart's industry? Could Lockhart be the white glove of a strong man in the new world? Grindelwald had to blame him for thinking so much. Because as far as he knew, such a large industry, even a family or a force would probably need hundreds of years of accumulation. Lockhart would only have been in the new world for more than 10 or 20 years at most. With such a large industry, it is inevitable that people will think too much. Grindelwald thought silently, and his evaluation of Lockhart in his heart rose again. In any case, Lockhart started from scratch in the new world, and owned such a large industry. He is definitely a great man. He is definitely not like those lucky people who were born because of some luck or some opportunities. At this moment, Lockhart did not pay too much attention to the drastic changes in Grindelwald's heart. While leading the way, he thought more about the task assigned to him by the Supreme Sorcerer, or the assessment for him. Step, step, step. Not far away, Lockhart soon brought Grindelwald to his number 1 tea room. Click, click, click. With the sound of clicks, the door of the tea room was pushed open. Lockhart waved his hand casually, and the teapot, water, tea leaves, etc. on the tea table in the middle slowly floated up. As if they had life, they actively injected washing, boiling, etc. Grindelwald took a simple look, and did not pay too much attention. Seeing Lockhart sitting cross-legged in front of the tea table, he also sat cross-legged on the opposite side. Soon, the tea was boiling, and the fragrance of tea began to spread everywhere. Lockhart, can you now introduce the situation in the new world to me, what forces there are, and whether there are any taboo behaviors? Also, you asked me to help you capture the evil god's followers before. We also need more information about this. Yes, Grindelwald's arrival in the new world was not without a price. He signed some magic contracts and agreed to some conditions that were not harsh but difficult for Lockhart. However, from now on, everything is worth it. In the new world, there is a possibility for him to move forward. No hurry, no hurry, Lockhart said calmly. After hearing this, Grindelwald did not speak or say anything more. He sat cross-legged there quietly and continued to wait. The most critical step has been achieved, and he has come to the new world. As for the rest, Lockhart is not in a hurry, so why should he be in a hurry? Time passed by minute, and the tea leaves were completely soaked. As Lockhart poured the tea into the cups of the two people, Lockhart raised his teacup, took a sip, and then said, the new world and the wizarding world are very similar, but there are also many differences. The most obvious point is the existence of gods. In the wizarding world, as far as you and I know, gods are usually played by wizards. But in the new world, gods are real, and wizards are derived from gods. And in the new world, the wizard for Simon is Kamar-Taj. Lockhart began to slowly introduce some extraordinary backgrounds of the new world, and also began to explain the history of Kamar-Taj. Although Grindelwald's face remained calm, his heart was also full of waves. Lockhart didn't explain it thoroughly before, but now he has explained it completely, and he also explained it in great detail. The training of wizards in the new world is to serve gods. This made him never expect it, especially when he heard about the existence of the evil god, and that the other party could turn an unarmed ordinary person into a powerful wizard in a short period of time. He had to feel the mystery of the new world. Gellert, not long ago, Kamar-Taj, as the guardian of the world, experienced an invasion of 7 evil gods. Because of the existence of the supreme sorcerer, the invading evil gods died or ran away, and Kamar-Taj won the final victory. However, the culprit of this invasion, the followers of the dark god Dormammu, managed to escape. Hearing this, Grindelwald secretly smacked his lips. Just now in Lockhart's communication introduction, Lockhart repeatedly emphasized the power of the supreme sorcerer, even invincible. He was also a little nervous, but he was still surprised to hear that the 7 evil gods were still crippled by the supreme sorcerer. According to Lockhart's description, the evil gods, that is, the realm of dimensional gods, are already considered to be very powerful. Not only do they have their own dimensional worlds, they also have a large number of mages and slaves in their hands, and they even fight everywhere. It can be said that the existence of each god is a miracle. But even so, the 7 evil gods joined forces to invade, but were still defeated by this wizard. It really makes people secretly smack their lips. I can't help but yearn for the Kamar-Taj that Lockhart mentioned. Gellert, your mission is neither difficult nor simple. It is to help me capture these evil god believers who escaped. At the same time, I need your saints to help us further explore the layout of the supernatural power in the new world. Yes, even if Lockhart joined Kamar-Taj, he did not get too much information about the supernatural power in the Marvel world. It may be due to Kamar-Taj's detached and secluded attitude, or it may be that it regards itself as the guardian of the world. The main targets are still evil gods and their believers. They did not conduct a thorough investigation of the supernatural forces in the world. This may be because Kamar-Taj is too powerful. Many Kamar-Taj mages disdain it and feel that it is a waste of energy. Lockhart only learned a general idea from some mages or books, and there is no detailed information at all. For example, the Egyptian Moonlight Night. Lockhart knew this and asked Elin and Cassilis, but they only said that it was related to Egyptian gods, and there was not much more detailed information. In the end, Lockhart got further information from the book, but it was outdated. This made Lockhart feel very bad. His ideal state was to get the most accurate information about the facts. It was convenient to control the situation. Therefore, he made this request to Grindelwald, asking him to build a complete and systematic Marvel world intelligence system. And Grindelwald also took the opportunity to propose to bring more saints to the new world. He did not refuse, because this was exactly what he needed. Jetler, there is one thing you have to remember. In the new world, just like the wizarding world, don't do anything to ordinary people, that is, muggles. As the guardian of the world, Kamar-Taj, he has made the rule that magic belongs to magic and the mundane belongs to the mundane. Although it is not as strict as the statute of secrecy, if you start killing on a large scale, you will be hunted down by Kamar-Taj's law enforcers and directly fall into the category of evil god believers. At that time, it will be difficult to save you. Grindelwald nodded slowly in response to Lockhart's reminder. Lockhart, I have written down your request. I will arrange for the saints to carry it out later. But I have a request. Grindelwald raised his teacup, took a sip of tea, and said, can I enter Kamar-Taj and take a look? Or, can I join Kamar-Taj? To be honest, when Grindelwald heard Lockhart explain the status of Kamar-Taj and the new world, he immediately understood that, if he wanted to get along in the new world and find a way forward, he just had to join the top wizard circle of Kamar-Taj, the new world, like Lockhart. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to fight alone. Even if he was targeted by the evil gods, he would really become a puppet from soul to body. As for the supreme sorcerer, this top-level strongman who could chase the 7 evil gods. To be honest, Grindelwald also admired him very much. Being able to get guidance from such a strongman, he didn't ask to reach the level of the supreme sorcerer, but there should be a great probability of becoming a dimensional god. Well, Lockhart hasn't explained the difficulty of becoming a dimensional god. In other words, even if Grindelwald knew, with his confidence or pride, he believed that he could definitely reach such a level. In response to Grindelwald's request, Lockhart smiled and said, Jetler, I have no problem taking you to join Kamar-Taj. But are you ready to serve the gods and be devoured by the gods after death? Chapter 564, Initiation Ceremony, Fallen Mage. Late at night, New York, Hell's Kitchen. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. The drizzle has been falling for half the night, and the sound of rain hitting the ground can be heard everywhere. If it were in other parts of New York, even if it was late at night, and it was drizzling, I'm afraid that the bright lights would be scattered, and the shops would still be open. After all, New York is also known as the city that never sleeps. However, in Hell's Kitchen, the night itself symbolizes danger, especially the rainy night, which is even more synonymous with high risk. Because gang fights are more common on rainy days. After all, when it rains heavily, all the blood and all the traces are washed away. Therefore, except for some bars that still have lights on, most other places are shrouded in darkness. Tap, tap, tap. At some point, on a remote road, footsteps sounded one after another. The footsteps were not hurried, but very regular, revealing calmness. They walked forward step by step, without speaking, without communicating, and there seemed to be no other sound, except the sound of the soles of their shoes stepping on the wet ground. What is even more bizarre is that they clearly don't have umbrellas in their hands. Raindrops fell from the sky, landed on their heads, and touched their black robes. However, as if there was a transparent barrier on the surface of their bodies, the raindrops could not enter their clothes, and fell directly on the ground. The whole team was still dry on a rainy day, and they all wore black wizard robes and great wool hoods, covering their faces. It can be said that secretiveness is more like their synonym. If ordinary people see it, they will probably flee in a hurry. Step, step, step. Forward, forward. This group of black-robed teams walked forward. The black-robed leader seemed to have no idea where the destination was. He stopped from time to time, as if he was sensing something, or searching for something, and then adjusted the direction. They walked through a remote road, through the alley, and walked into a deserted abandoned factory. This factory is said to be deserted and abandoned, but this is all on the surface. No one knows how lively they are inside, because this is a base of the underworld overlord Jinbing. To be precise, it is the place where he keeps a group of thugs and his arsenal. After all, violence is the most fundamental to maintaining one's position. Hoo-ha. Hoo-ha. At this moment, under the bright lights, a group of muscular strong men are fighting fiercely. Most of them wear simple black training suits, sometimes holding sticks, some holding submachine guns, and some holding some blades. But the common point is that each of them is sweating profusely, with a serious or solemn face, and some even have obvious scars on their bodies. This time, the title of Bloody Hand must belong to me. The black strong man inside shouted loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, other strong men also shouted that the title of Bloody Warrior should belong to them. Yes, they are having an internal competition. And the final winner can be called the Bloody Hand. As the Bloody Hand of the underworld overlord Jinbing, it brings not only the killing of enemies, but also a huge amount of wealth and the power to do whatever he wants. This is why these warriors are excited. Every Bloody Hand, even if he only serves for 1 year, will take up a management position after retiring, as long as he is not dead. It can be said that becoming Jinbing's confidant is the threshold of entering the senior management. No one can resist such a temptation. Boom. 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 Bang. 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 Clang. 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 The collision of fists and fists, muscles, and weapons rang out one after another. It seems to indicate the intensity of the game. Standing at the top, the previous Bloody Hand, John, was looking at the thugs below with interest. Such an opportunity to rise to the top in one step. Fight. The more intense the better. John squinted his eyes and thought, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It's not that easy to become a Bloody Hand and a senior manager. John, who was watching the game, suddenly looked a little strange, because he noticed something was wrong. It stands to reason that there should be a report every hour. Report the current situation. John directly ordered, touching the earphone on his ear. However, there was no sound. No sound came from the headset. Let's see what happened. John waved to a subordinate next to him and gave a direct order. At the same time, his left hand gently touched his waist and he felt a familiar cold feeling, which made John feel a little relieved. But then, he ignored the fierce competition of the warriors below and gave a few instructions to his subordinates beside him. He took a few confidants and walked towards the depths of the factory. Here, in terms of guarding force, it is also ranked at the forefront among the main forces under Jinbing. The reason is very simple. As mentioned earlier, this is an arsenal in Jinbing's hands. At the same time, the people who were competing did not seem to notice that some candidates who failed in the competition seemed to disappear unconsciously. Report the current situation. John ordered into the headset while walking towards Junkao Pants. I didn't receive any news just now, so I sent someone to see what happened. Mastering first-hand information is the key to his next decision. However, the headset paused slightly, and a voice sounded on the headset. Boss, there is nothing unusual. The voice was very familiar, and it was said by his subordinate. However, when John heard it, his face turned ugly. He took out his mobile phone and pressed a few times. A red alarm page appeared. He pressed it without hesitation. Boss, level 1 alarm, level 1 alarm. Everyone alert. Everyone alert. The piercing alarm sounded instantly. After hearing it, everyone in the factory stopped their actions in a panic. Those who reacted quickly ran out of the competition venue, put on their previous clothes, picked up their weapons and prepared. The scene quickly changed from the initial panic to order, and a large number of strong men with weapons came into view. One by one, strong muscles and fierce faces seemed to show that they were not easy to mess with. However, when they were ready, it seemed that no enemy appeared, which made them a little confused. It stands to reason that it would be best to take action when they were in chaos, but now everyone is fully armed, and no enemy has come out. Is this a joke? If the enemy is so unprofessional, why did they pull the highest alarm? At this moment, John stood in the control room, looking at the monitors in front of him, which were mostly dark, with a rather ugly face. With the pager in hand, he announced directly, there is an enemy invasion. The enemy's number is unknown, the weapons are unknown, and the means are unknown. Everyone start to be alert. After thinking for a while, John said again, this time, choose Bloody Hand, and choose from the people who have made the greatest contribution in this battle. As soon as John's voice fell, everyone was boiling. Especially the fighters who had just been defeated. They were even more eager to fight. They thought there was no hope, but in the end, they encountered such a good thing. This enemy came at the right time, and came ingeniously. Without John's order, this group of black boxing fighters, retired soldiers, gangsters, etc. began to disperse everywhere. They looked for enemies, killed, and ended each other's lives. Soon, the entire abandoned factory began to bustle. However, everyone seemed to have not found where the enemy was after working for a long time. Standing in the control room, John couldn't help showing a look of disappointment in his eyes. Most of the monitors were solved by the enemy. Only through limited monitoring, coupled with the real-time news, up to now, no trace of the enemy has been found. Could it be Daredevil? John couldn't help thinking that, if it was an ordinary gang invasion, it would be difficult to hide. Only those damn street heroes, Daredevil, Defenders, etc., could sneak in without making any noise. However, when he thought about the words he heard from his confidant before, it was like a thorn in his heart. There was nothing wrong with the other party's tone, and the voice was also a familiar voice. However, the content of the other party's reply was wrong. He was sent away with a sentence that there was nothing unusual. If his men said so, he would whip him to death. Obviously, either someone prepared a fake voice in advance, or his confidant was controlled. In this way, the problem was explained. In any case, this time the enemy who sneaked in would probably be very difficult to deal with. John had already raised his evaluation in his heart. At this moment, without his awareness, a wizard in a black robe was watching him. No, to be precise, he was standing in the mirror space and watching John. David, the ritual of awakening the gods has been prepared, and the sacrifices in front of us are enough, or even more than enough, a fallen wizard said to David excitedly. Yes, after this group of people seized the power of the origin of dusk and betrayed Kamar-Taj, they began to prepare for the ceremony of becoming dimensional gods. They are the elite mages of Kamar-Taj, and they are in various fields. However, the common point of their gathering together is to become dimensional gods. They have powerful magical abilities, and even as long as they are prepared, it is impossible to change the world. However, they only have a lifespan of 100 years. Most of them can't even live for 100 years and die in the middle of the battle. How can this be? How can they accept such a cruel fact? In the entire Kamar-Taj, only the Supreme Mage has entered the realm of dimensional gods, and is even very powerful, and can fight against multiple gods. It stands to reason that in order to protect the world, more beings who can fight against evil gods should be cultivated. However, in the entire Kamar-Taj, there are very few about dimensional gods, and only fragments in ancient books have mentioned it. It seems that the entire Kamar-Taj or the Supreme Mage is consciously isolating everyone from the possibility of breaking through the realm of dimensional gods. When they found out, no matter how much they respected the Supreme Mage before, they could not help but complain. As time went by, the resentment towards the Supreme in their hearts would only continue to rise. And, it turned into hatred. You can be so powerful, and have a nearly eternal life. But why do you hinder us from pursuing the same goal? They, like Agamotto and Dormammu, have become the kind of eternal existence that controls one dimension. Whoever blocks them is an enemy. The enemy who blocks the way, kill the gods and the Buddhas. Now, under the leadership of David, they have obtained a lot of knowledge related to the dimensional gods, and even robbed the original power of the god of dusk. It can be said that in their eyes, breaking through to become a god is just around the corner. And now, what they have to do is the first step to becoming a god, awakening the gods. Carry out the initial sublimation of the soul. Since the sacrifices are enough, let's start, David said calmly, so as not to wait for the group of law enforcement mages to catch up. When talking about the law enforcement mages, David's originally calm tone also showed some waves. No wonder, his enemy Lockhart is now a law enforcement wizard. Moreover, after the invasion of the evil god, the other party has occupied a higher position among the law enforcers. Seeing his enemy get promoted and become rich, while he himself has become a fugitive. How could anyone not have waves in his heart when encountering such a thing? However, David quickly adjusted his emotions, and regained his calm. The next ritual of initiation should not be too hasty or impatient. Keeping calm is the key to improving the transformation effect. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. I don't know when, the entire abandoned factory began to be filled with light red mist from the fourth. The mist seemed to have no pungent smell, as if it did not exist. However, when these fierce gang members came into contact, they began to become more and more irritable. Unconsciously, his eyes began to glow with a faint red. The next moment, bang, 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 tear. Gunshots rang out, and at the same time there was the sound of blades cutting through clothes. If you listen quietly, as the roars sounded, this group of trained and fierce helpers kept waving their weapons or fists and attacked forward. Fighting. Fighting. It seemed that this was the theme at the moment. John, who was standing in the control room, saw this scene through the monitor and his face became extremely ugly. He took out his mobile phone and tried to make a call to seek help from the outside. However, after a few beeps, John angrily threw the phone directly to the ground. Lost contact with the outside world. Damn, they were completely trapped. Who is it? Who is it? This is not the method of those street heroes. Watching the light red mist quickly sweeping around the factory, John's heart was filled with anger and fear. Bang, 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 rumble. After the fierce gunshots, there was a loud bang. John suddenly felt dizzy. It's over. The arsenal may have fallen. How could he not hear the sound of rockets? But, let's go to the armory, John said outstandingly, and without waiting for others to react, he pushed open the door and walked towards the armory. Logically, there were a lot of ammunition hidden in the armory. As long as one of them was slightly detonated, the entire armory would probably explode. The entire factory, and even a nearby area would probably be blown away. But just now, only one rocket exploded, and there was no other reaction. What does this mean? The enemy who hides the sea god is likely near the armory. It was he who prevented the explosion of the armory. Chapter 565 Grindelwald's meeting with Cassilis. At night, in the New York temple. Trample, trample, trample. A hurried sound of footsteps rang out, and a young wizard in a dark yellow wizard robe hurriedly walked to one side of the hall. At this moment, Cassilis was sitting on a seat against the wall, exchanging magic with an old wizard. When the hurried young wizard saw the person Cassilis was talking to, he couldn't help but slow down his pace and lowered his head slightly, as if he was a little afraid. Because this old wizard was Byron, the fingering elder of Kamar-Taj. The law enforcers originally had a special status in Kamar-Taj, and they were in charge of the punishment of wizards. Many wizards had been imprisoned by the law enforcers and had been punished. As the elder of law enforcement, Byron was even more famous for his severity. All the wizards who had passed through his hands had committed serious crimes. Most of them had their magic abilities abolished and even directly executed. It can be said that in the eyes of many wizards, meeting Byron was like the god of bad luck. Even if you don't die, you will lose a layer of skin. At this moment, Byron seemed to have noticed that the young wizard had something to do with Cassilis. He took the initiative to cut off the conversation between the two and left the time to Cassilis. What is it, Victor? Cassilis asked. The young wizard Victor glanced at Byron, walked forward, and whispered in Cassilis' ear. A large amount of energy of the Twilight Evil God was detected. It is very likely that it is the traces of the fallen wizard and others. Then, Victor said a few more words, and Cassilis' face became more and more ugly. Then he looked at the law enforcement elder Byron opposite, paused slightly, and immediately said, Byron, what you just told me, just found traces. Then, he said to Victor on the side, Victor, tell Master Lockhart about this matter for me. Master Byron and I will go to the scene. After hearing this, Victor nodded immediately. At this moment, Byron was stunned when he heard what Cassilis said, but a trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He was just discussing with Cassilis about the fallen mage Darren. This guy not only attacked the Hong Kong temple, but also defected with a large number of Kamar-Taj mages. It can be said that this is the largest defection in history. He almost lost his position as the law enforcement elder because of this. That's why he needs to make up for his mistakes, capture these fallen mages, and give Kamar-Taj an explanation. So, he basically walked through 3 temples, asking all the mages he was familiar with to focus on the purpose of the fallen mages leading people. The New York temple was the second temple he walked through, and he didn't expect that there would be news so soon. At the same time, Cassilis raised his arm and waved the hanging ring in his hand, outlining a red flame portal. And opposite the portal was the abandoned factory. At present, several mages in yellow robes were searching everywhere. Without hesitation, Cassilis took a step forward, and Byron followed closely behind. But, as soon as he stepped out of the portal, Byron closed his eyes and released his mental power to cover the entire abandoned factory. Then, Byron groaned. His face suddenly turned pale, as if he had suffered a lot of internal injuries. Depravity, sacredness, fear, fanaticism. As soon as the mental power came into contact, Byron felt that the chaotic evil was mixed with sacred energy. All kinds of almost crazy emotions kept pouring into his heart, especially when two corresponding energies that were both sacred and evil suddenly appeared. Just by feeling it, Byron felt a strong sense of awkwardness. It seemed that the whole person's spirit was being distorted. However, when he wanted to study in depth what happened, a mysterious backlash appeared directly. The power of the Twilight Evil God. This is the original power of the Twilight Evil God stolen by this group of fallen mages. At this moment, Cassilis saw Byron's pale face, and his face became solemn. "Are you okay, Byron?" Facing Cassilis's question, Byron swallowed the blood in his mouth and shook his head, saying, "It's okay, just a minor injury." Then, he said murderously, "Dalen and his group of fallen mages must have done something evil here. This matter is extremely important, and they even used the original power of the Twilight Evil God." "Cassilis, did you receive any important information just now?" In response, Cassilis shook his head and said, "Victor just told me that this abandoned factory held an evil ceremony, and he doesn't know anything else." After hearing this, Byron nodded slightly and walked into the factory with a look of ability. At the same time, in the surrounding area, red flame-colored transmission halos appeared one after another. One by one, Kamar-Taj mages wearing black and red law enforcement robes walked out. After receiving the news from Dalen, Byron directly summoned the law enforcers to conduct a comprehensive and rigorous search. Ensure that no traces are left. Now, capturing the mages with Dalen as the capital is the top priority for their law enforcers. This not only concerns Byron's position as an elder in law enforcement, but more importantly, their defection is a shame for Kamar-Taj. It must be washed with blood. Trample, trample, trample. Footsteps sounded one after another, and a large number of law enforcers, like Byron, walked around the factory with murderous intent. And Cassilis, still standing at the door, seemed to be waiting for something. Although Darren's defection was a big deal, it was ultimately the law enforcers' business. It had nothing to do with them. At most it was just to keep collecting intelligence. He was the guardian of the New York Temple, and the most important thing was to protect the safety of the New York Temple. However, what was the reason for dozens of Kamar-Taj mages to choose to defect at the risk of being hunted down? What did Darren use the original power of the Twilight Evil God for? He believed that there was more than one mage in Kamar-Taj who was so curious. No one would do anything without a reason. Taking such a big risk must definitely have a higher benefit. To be honest, Cassilis had some vague guesses, but he was not sure. While he was thinking, suddenly, a red flame-colored halo appeared, and Lockhart walked out of it. At the same time, behind him, a middle-aged wizard in a dark purple robe walked out. He looked at the middle-aged wizard curiously, and found that he was unfamiliar with him, but he didn't care too much. Looking at Lockhart, he walked up directly, hugged him gently, and said with concern, "Lockhart, congratulations on the end of your retreat. How did you gain? I heard that the Supreme Sorcerer has rewarded you with a lot of good things." "Very good, the gains are very great." Recalling his dream world and a series of gains from Harry Potter, Lockhart's face was full of smiles. Then, as if he had thought of something, he introduced to the wizard next to him, "This is Jetler Grindelwald, my friend. He's very strong. Maybe he can help this time." Hearing Lockhart's introduction, Cassilis' eyes lit up, and he said with a smile and friendly, "Hello, Mr. Grindelwald. Lockhart rarely praises people like this. It seems like there is a chance to practice." Haha. Cassilis' combat experience is not boasted, but also gained through fighting. At the beginning, he fought with Lockhart a lot. In response to Cassilis' invitation, Grindelwald also smiled, looked at the other party's familiar face again, nodded slightly, and said, "Of course, no problem. After today's matter is resolved, we will arrange another time." Alike, really too much like. And his younger self, except for the hair color, too much like him. Another self in the new world. It seems that his position in Kamar-Taj is not low. Lockhart, your friend covered his face? Cassilis secretly transmitted the voice with magic. Grindelwald did not seem to be hiding, or he was preparing for the future. Cassilis could easily find the traces that Grindelwald had covered. Lockhart nodded lightly and casually explained that it was inconvenient, so Cassilis did not care. After all, Lockhart was his good friend, and he still had some trust in him. Let's go in and take a look. Elder Byron has already gone in, Cassilis said, and then took the lead to walk into the factory. Lockhart followed closely behind. At the same time, Grindelwald on the side sniffed and seemed to smell a familiar smell, frowning slightly. Inside the entire abandoned factory, everything was very quiet except for the sound of boots rubbing against the ground. As if there was no vitality, everything became dull and depressing. After walking a few steps, a strong smell of blood hit his face. At the same time, the originally dim interior of the factory gradually became brighter. The law enforcer wizard who came in from Kamar had cast magic to light up the light and drive away the darkness. The scene in front of them made Cassilis, Grindelwald and others shrink their pupils. They saw the bright red floor, the bright red walls, the bright red chandeliers. Everything seemed to be stained with blood. The strong smell of blood just now came from here. Apart from that, it was neat and tidy. Yes, very neat, so neat that it made people feel weird. There were no limbs, no flesh and blood, only endless bright red. If it weren't for the strong smell of blood, I'm afraid someone would have thought that someone had sealed this place with red paint. However, Grindelwald could clearly sense the wailing and despair left everywhere. Grindelwald could sense that Lockhart, Cassilis and other wizards could all sense it clearly. Everyone looked serious and kept waving the hanging ring as if they were detecting something. At this time, the law enforcer Elder Byron stood in the middle, closed his eyes, and seemed to be sensing something. Obviously, after suffering a loss just now, Byron became a little cautious. Seeing this, Lockhart did not interrupt Byron, but said to Grindelwald on the side, "Gellert, Darren's aura is given to you. Next, I'll trouble you." The most important item in his deal with Grindelwald was to capture this group of corrupt wizards, especially Darren, the leader. So, bring him here today. After hearing this, Grindelwald nodded slightly to show that he understood. The next moment, the pupil of his right eye turned silver white in an instant, and the power of destiny began to gradually spread out. As if sensing the mysterious aura around him, Byron opened his eyes and looked at Grindelwald. At the same time, he also saw Cassilis and Lockhart. However, he just nodded, said hello, and then set his eyes on Grindelwald. The aura just now was a little familiar, and it was a little like the divination wizards in Kamar-Taj. Thinking of this, Byron's eyes flashed with a hint of expectation. There are many wizards who can divination, but those who are truly proficient in divination are definitely a minority among the minority. He knew Lockhart well, and would not bring anyone who was incapable with him. Kill, 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 bang, bang, bang. The bloody hand is mine, and I will be the next bloody hand. No one can compete with me, and those who stand in my way will die. The roar sounded in his ears, and the images of muscular men fighting each other kept appearing in Grindelwald's mind. The blood-red mist was filled, the angry roars, the crazy emotions, etc., constantly impacted Grindelwald's nerves. Then, a dim light flashed, and the moment it just appeared, the power of destiny accumulated over the years began to be consumed crazily, constantly protecting Grindelwald's spirit. The power of the evil god. This is the dimensional god that Lockhart mentioned. As soon as the idea appeared in his mind, Grindelwald used the moment when the power of destiny was consumed crazily to concentrate all his energy and completely remember the scene just now. "Jettler, what did you find?" After seeing Grindelwald open his eyes, Lockhart asked directly. Grindelwald did not hide anything from Lockhart. "Lockhart, do you know about the initiation ceremony? I saw that the fallen wizard Darren you mentioned said that he was going to start the initiation ceremony, and the wizards behind him seemed to be very excited." Lockhart shook his head directly and said that he did not know about the initiation ceremony mentioned by Grindelwald. However, Byron, who was standing by, seemed to have thought of something after hearing it, and his face became ugly. "Gatler, are there any other new discoveries?" Lockhart continued to ask without answering directly. After a brief silence, Grindelwald stepped on the ground and said, I saw that there seemed to be blood red lines above these floors. It might be the initiation ceremony. At this point, Grindelwald's voice was a little strange. Yes, the initiation ceremony, although he didn't know what it was for. But there is no doubt that it is definitely a good thing. So just now, with the opportunity of spying with the Eye of Destiny, he, Gatler Grindelwald, directly stole the entire initiation ceremony. Initiation ceremony, Lockhart muttered to himself. This, he really had no impression. But listening to the name, it seemed to be related to the dimensional gods. Then, he turned his head to look at Cassilis, as if expecting Cassilis to give an answer. But Cassilis also shook his head to indicate that he didn't know. Although a little disappointed, Lockhart set his sights on the law enforcer Elder Byron. Lockhart, I know a little about the initiation ceremony, but I don't know everything. If you want to know, you can ask the Supreme Sorcerer specifically. Chapter 566, Doctor Strange's appearance. Initiation ceremony? Lockhart muttered to himself. He had guessed from the name. However, even if it was a guess, he felt it was a bit tricky. Darren and the others had actually begun to embark on the path of becoming gods. Damn it, he hadn't figured out what the next path should be, and the other party had already begun to consider becoming gods. Well, otherwise, should he consider blocking the gods? As soon as the thought came to his mind, Lockhart threw it out of his mind. The entire Kamar-Taj, or the Supreme Sorcerer, was very taboo about becoming gods. Not to mention Agamotto. Would these gods allow their believers or fuel to become gods? Let's talk about the Supreme Sorcerer, his attitude towards gods. This can be seen from the fact that no Kamar-Taj wizard has become a god in thousands of years. Absolute rejection and suppression. Even before, the Supreme Sorcerer gave him a book about dimensional gods. It tells about the various ways that gods herd sentient beings and use their mages as fuel. Including Kamar-Taj, the same is true. Yes, the wizard system in the Marvel world does have many advantages. As long as you believe in the gods and absorb the power of the gods, you can quickly become strong. But in the end, not only is it difficult to break through the high-level realm, but there is a high probability that even the soul can be the fuel for the growth of the dimensional gods after death. At most, the gods of Kamar-Taj, such as Agamotto, are better at eating, and they will choose to eat when they die of old age. Despite this, Lockhart is very clear about the attitude of the Supreme Sorcerer towards the dimensional gods. Rejection, disgust, but there is no choice, and there is compromise. Otherwise, with the strength of the Supreme Sorcerer, he wants to become, and he wants to cultivate dimensional life in the dimensional forest, which is not an easy thing. Not long ago, he defeated 7 dimensional gods, and killed 4 of them, and plundered the dimensions of 2 evil gods. With these alone, the Supreme Sorcerer can cultivate 23 dimensional gods. This is why Darren and others chose to betray. History is very clear, no Kamar-Taj wizard has become a god. As long as you stay in Kamar-Taj, there is no possibility of becoming a god. So Darren chose to betray. As for Lockhart, he had some confidence in himself. He had 2 worlds, 2 magic systems, and a wizard from 1 world, all of which were deduced. At least at this moment, he had the confidence to take a new path. Any other discoveries? Lockhart asked Grindelwald again. One more thing, Grindelwald said. At the same time, he waved his wand, and wisps of white mist quickly spread. The breeze blew gently, as if some kind of chemical reaction had occurred, and the white mist in the middle changed rapidly. One picture after another appeared. Darren stood at the center of the initiation ceremony inside the factory, and the dark yellow mixed with a trace of dark red energy poured into Darren. But this was not the point. The focus of the whole picture was a corner away from the ceremony. A human-shaped shadow stood on the edge, watching everything quietly. The shadow could not see what it looked like. It was just a dark mass, and a human shape could be seen slightly. However, in Grindelwald's hands, he portrayed the breadth of this shadow as much as possible. Dark, deep, chaos, Mephisto, Dormammu. The 2 enemies first came to Lockhart's mind. Although Grindelwald had tried his best, the aura he described could not be effectively identified. When Lockhart looked at Cassilis and Byron, he found that they also had a flash of confusion in their eyes, and they seemed to be unclear. He immediately knew that they probably didn't have an accurate answer in their hearts. Jetler, is there anything else? This time, Grindelwald shook his head, indicating that there was no valuable information. To be honest, he was quite curious about the ritual of enlightenment, but it was a pity that he could only see a part of it. It might be difficult to deduce the whole thing. Well, there should be some gains after watching it a few more times. Grindelwald didn't say these. After all, whether Lockhart asked or not, you said it, right? At this moment, Byron walked in the corner of the factory ground, which was the position occupied by the black shadow of Grindelwald's unfolding picture. The ring in his hand moved, scattered sparks spread everywhere, and detection spells were cast one after another. His eyes were slightly closed, as if he felt the feedback of the spell. It was wiped out very cleanly. I doubt that Darren and the others don't know that someone is targeting them, Byron said very confidently. At this moment, Byron's heart was very complicated. He finally got the trace of Darren and his group of fallen wizards, but he ran away in vain. At the same time, he found that other unknown enemies were also planning. It really makes people feel headache. Lockhart, you have been in seclusion these days, and some interesting things have happened in Kamar-Taj. Cassilis, but he is not as worried as Byron. Capturing Darren is Byron's duty, and has little to do with him. However, if Byron really shows up, he will do his best to capture him. But now that there is no clue, Cassilis began to chat with Lockhart. What happened? Lockhart asked while releasing the power of the dream world to sense the traces around him. The Supreme Sorcerer recently recruited a new disciple, brought by Mordo. This new disciple is extremely talented. Cassilis said excitedly, it can be said that he is the most talented mage apprentice I have ever seen. He learned the meditation method after practicing it, and entered deep meditation after 2 or 3 attempts. It is also very easy to use the power of Vishanti. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is the son of Vishanti. Refining energy is like eating. It has been a few days, and he can already use the energy whip, although it is unstable and often fails. At this point, Cassilis' tone of complaint was mixed with deep envy. This talent is simply a demon. Hearing this, Lockhart, who was sensing the surroundings through the dream world, paused. Then, he asked in a casual tone, oh, is he really such a genius? What's his name? What kind of person is he? How did he join Kamar-Taj? I'd like to meet him someday, if I have the chance. Yes, he is such a genius, Cassilis enviously said. When he becomes a full-fledged wizard and is allowed to practice, I must bring him to the New York Temple. I believe my life will be much easier. Lockhart listened quietly without interrupting. Cassilis continued to introduce. His name is Stephen Strange. It is said that he was a neurosurgeon before, and later he found Kamar-Taj himself, saying that he wanted to learn magic. I don't know the specific reason. As for his personality, I don't know either. I've been staying in the New York Temple recently and rarely go back. I just heard about it. It is said that his personality is a bit weird, even arrogant, but that's normal. It's normal for geniuses to have a weird personality. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 567 Super Genius Strange. Hell's Kitchen, United Construction Company Building, Chairman's Office. The morning sun shines through the glass, illuminating this spacious and simple office. The office is large and simple, or even purer. There is almost nothing else, except tables and cabinets. At this time, a sturdy man sat in his seat, quietly watching the tall and thin middle-aged man in a suit in front of him. What did you find out, Wesley? Wilson Fisk's calm voice sounded in the office, while James Wesley opposite him looked a little pale. As the master of the New York Underground Underworld Kingdom, everyone knows the means of Jin be cruel, ruthless, and never give up until the goal is achieved. Last night, no, to be precise, it was in the early morning, that an abnormality was discovered in the arsenal. Jinbe directly sent him to search. What happened? Is it that damn group of Daredevil making trouble again? However, sorry, boss, our people did not enter the factory, Wesley said in a low voice. After hearing this, Jinbe paused for a moment, then slowly uttered 2 words, reason. After hearing this, Wesley quickly said, what happened this time should be an unusual accident, and it involves extraordinary power. As soon as I discovered the problem, I immediately sent a lot of people to investigate who invaded the factory. However, when our people entered the edge of the factory, they did not go in, but walked back directly. When I asked the reason, they said that they suddenly remembered that there were some things they had not done, so they came back immediately. And they did not forget the task assigned to them, but at that time they said that their brains seemed to short circuit, and they subconsciously thought it was not important. Our people tried several times, and every time they walked to the vicinity, they walked back by themselves. In this case, I suspect that extraordinary power has been involved. After all, you know about the war that happened over New York not long ago. So, we did not continue to send people to carry out armed bombing. Dap, dap, dap. Jinbing's thick fingers tapped the table lightly, and the whole office rang with a regular tapping sound. Every time it sounded, Wesley's heart could not help but beat, and his breathing began to become a little rapid. At this moment, Jinbing was thinking, should he let this matter go? For a gangster overlord, the arsenal was taken away, just like someone rode on his head and shit. If he didn't retaliate, he would only be looked down upon by other gangsters. However, this involves real extraordinary power, which is far beyond the comparison of those street heroes like Daredevil. Although many people lost their memories and forgot about the alien invasion last month, a gangster overlord like him has also been exposed to extraordinary power and retained his memory through certain means. Even his confidants knew about the alien invasion and the Earth's resistance last month. Huge wormholes, burning aircraft carriers, massive invading aliens, mysterious wizards riding brooms to kill aliens, strange rains that make people lose their memories. One by one, scene by scene, it seems to show that the Earth has a very powerful extraordinary world. They have not come into contact, but based on what they know now, there is no doubt that they can hardly resist it. So, block the news. Jinbe ordered directly, go to the laboratory to get the forgetfulness potion and give it to the participants this time. Prevent the news from leaking out. The forgetfulness potion, as the name suggests, is a potion that makes people lose their memories. It was developed from the strange rain that caused many people to lose their memories. The effect is very powerful and can clear the memory of the user without any side effects. The larger the dose, the more memory is cleared. As for recovery, it seems that there is no corresponding method yet. After hearing this, Wesley nodded to show that he understood. Check the nearby surveillance cameras to see if there are any unrelated people who have recently contacted the abandoned factory. Focus on checking if there are any figures that appeared for no reason last night. As long as they appear, I want all the information about each person, his identity, his address, and his family. Jinbing said in a deep voice. His tone became serious. It's okay if he doesn't know about supernatural powers, but he knows and has seen the power of supernatural powers. How could he refuse such a temptation? The laboratory he funded has studied many projects related to supernatural powers. Understood, boss. I will mobilize all my forces, Wesley vowed. It's not too late to make amends. Kamar-Taj, Training Square. In the spacious marble square, apprentice mages waved the hanging rings in their hands and cast magic. Some of them cast spells very smoothly, and the hanging rings emitted red flames when they were waved. In a flash, long sticks, long whips, and even magic round shields appeared one after another. At this time, in the middle right position, a tall, thin, and slightly handsome mage kept waving the hanging ring in his hand. His hand seemed to have been injured in some way. With the naked eye, shallow scars appeared on his hands. However, this did not affect his casting. He waved the hanging ring skillfully, and energy sparks continued to emerge. Under his control, the bracelets transformed into the shapes of various weapons. Knives, guns, sticks, clubs, etc. appeared one after another. Even under his powerful control, a flaming AK-47 was materialized. It attracted waves of envy from other mage apprentices around. They were all apprentices. They had worked hard to meditate for a year or two to accumulate magic power and become proficient in casting spells. But what about the other party? In just less than a month, his magic power level was not weaker than Th's and was even stronger. Moreover, his control over magic power was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Such talent was really enviable. It was no exaggeration to say that he was a seed of a wizard. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The magic power turned into a long whip of red flames, and it was swung several times fiercely, causing wind sounds. As if satisfied with the power of the long whip, Strange shook it casually, and the magic whip instantly turned into red flames and scattered everywhere. Then, Strange's face was a little solemn, his hands were slightly raised, and he looked ahead, but his eyes seemed to be sluggish, as if he was thinking about other things. His arms waved slowly, and magic power continued to flow into the hanging ring, causing waves in the surrounding space. Whoosh, whoosh, round red flames appeared one after another. As the ring was swung, more and more sparks appeared, forming a circle. Portal. Familiar wizards knew at a glance that this was also a standard magic for formal wizards. However, although it was vaguely outlined successfully, at the moment, when the city circle was connected, it was shattered with a buzzing sound. After seeing this, the wizards around couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. In less than a month, the opponent's magic power and learned spells have reached their level, or even exceeded it. If the opponent can directly perform space magic that only formal wizards can perform, it will only make them feel deeply desperate. This is not a genius, this is a monster. Stevenson Strange. They remembered this name. There is no doubt that with his powerful talent, the opponent will definitely move to the top of Kamar-Taj in the future. At this moment, suddenly, hello, Strange. My name is Lockhart. The Supreme Sorcerer asked me to take you to the tea room. Chapter 568. Let's create a new world. Ah. A voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Although the voice was gentle, it still made Strange's hands, which were casting spells, tremble slightly. Buzz. The portal magic turned into scattered sparks again. Seeing this, Strange felt an inexplicable anger in his heart, but he had to suppress it when he heard the words of the Supreme Sorcerer. Then, he turned his head to look at the sorcerer who spoke. It must be said that the first impression was handsomeness, and the second impression was temperament. The other party exuded a scholar's temperament. As if he had read thousands of volumes of poetry and books, he subconsciously felt a kind of respect in his heart. The anger that suddenly arose in his heart disappeared unconsciously, just like ice and snow melting, and even gave rise to an inexplicable sense of affinity in his heart. The magic of the portal has a high control over the magic power. There is a book in the library called My 10 Years with Dora. Although the title is not serious, the content is mostly related to space, and it mentions a lot of space skills. You can take a look when you have time. The gentle voice sounded again, and Strange nodded subconsciously. Thank you, I will go and take a look at the book later. Strange said immediately. He respects knowledge. Then, as if thinking of the other party's name, Strange's mind immediately emerged with the information he heard about Master Lockhart these days. It must be said that the evil god invasion incident not long ago is still hot, and Lockhart, one of the most outstanding ones, is also talked about with relish. Powerful, mysterious, rich, love reading. Instantly, several labels emerged in Strange's mind. When he thought of the other party opening of Ancient World, all the Kamar-Taj mages had entered, consumed, and purchased in it. Suddenly, a trace of envy emerged in his heart, that is, envy for the rich. These thoughts flashed through his mind quickly, and Strange quickly adjusted his mentality and asked directly, Master Lockhart, what does the Supreme Sorcerer want me to do? Lockhart shook his head and said, I don't know, I'll know when I see the Supreme Sorcerer. As he said that, Lockhart made an invitation gesture, and walked out of the square, and Strange followed closely behind. Along the way, the two were silent. Although Strange had many doubts in his heart, he did not ask, and Lockhart naturally did not speak. Perhaps, Strange, the pride of being a genius in his heart, did not allow him to pose a posture of asking for advice. He preferred to study and research on his own. Geniuses are like this, always thinking of relying on themselves. Step, step, step. Faint footsteps sounded, and the two gradually walked away. The wizards in the square were still training hard, and at most they closed the door. The two left and concentrated on their own spells. Time passed by 1 minute and 1 second, and Strange followed Lockhart to the familiar tea house. He met the Supreme Sorcerer here, and from here, he decided to know magic, and found new hope. Supreme Sorcerer, I salute you. Lockhart looked at the Ancient One standing in front of the window, and bowed slightly to show his respect. Stevenson Strange behind him was stunned for a moment, and quickly bowed to imitate Lockhart. Maybe he had just arrived in Kamar-Taj, and he had not yet fully adapted to the, or of the weak to the strong in the extraordinary world. Lockhart, Strange, you are here. The Ancient One turned slightly, raised his hand slightly, and said kindly, come, sit down, and have tea. He deliberately walked to the tea table and sat cross-legged, as if he knew when the two would come early, and the tea table had already been placed with brewed tea. The bright and shiny tea was poured into the teacup, and a fresh and elegant fragrance came into the mouth and nose. Supreme Sorcerer, is there anything I can do? Lockhart took a sip of tea, took a deep breath of the fragrance of tea leaves, and asked. Strange on the side also looked over curiously. He was also quite curious, especially what was the matter with a wizard apprentice like him who had just started to learn magic, and the Ancient One smiled and said, Lockhart, how is the book I gave you before? What have you gained? Hearing this, Lockhart's mind immediately emerged with the guide to chaos magic that the Ancient One gave him, and of course the introduction to the relationship between dimensional gods and wizards. Very rewarding. Lockhart pondered for a moment, as if he was organizing his thoughts, and then slowly said, the point that impressed me the most. It is the distortion of reality by chaos magic. No, to be precise, it is a distortion of the underlying laws. It is like a programmer writing a program, rewriting the information, and further covering it with new information. Of course, this kind of covering is still covering after all. If there is no continuous replenishment of sharpening, everything will return to normal. Hearing this, a faint surprise appeared on Strange's face, and his mind began to spin rapidly. Distorting the underlying law sounds so powerful. What else do you think? The Ancient One smiled and nodded, and continued to ask. Another point is that the uncontrollability of chaos magic is also frightening. Why many people reject chaos magic and think that it is evil is because of its uncontrollability. The mainstream magic of Kamar-Taj is stable. The magic cast by magic power, spells, and mental power is similar. But chaos magic is different. It is a distortion of the underlying logic. The world will resist. This emphasizes that mages who have learned chaos magic must have super magic control, including will, mental power and so on. Otherwise, it may exceed one's control and even cause unpredictable disasters. This is also the core reason why he was listed as a taboo. Speaking of this, Lockhart seemed to have some emotion. Chaos magic is a niche and a genius. If ordinary mages study it, they will only harm themselves. Stevenson, who was standing aside, heard this. His eyes lit up. As a genius, he likes difficult things. Only such difficult things are worthy of his genius status. At this moment, he was eager to move, as if he was ready to go to the library, to look for it after the conversation was over. And the Ancient One still nodded with a smile, and continued to ask, did you gain anything else? Hearing this, although he saw the smiling and gentle Ancient One, Lockhart also knew that, if he didn't come up with something practical and useful today, it would not be so easy to leave. No, to be precise, he had to get the recognition of the Ancient One. Thinking of this, Lockhart glanced at the future Doctor Strange next to him. After a slight hesitation, he decided to place a bomb. Sorcerer Supreme, I have studied something recently, and I think it is very interesting. Chaos magic can distort the underlying laws. Then can we use chaos magic to distort? No, to be precise, create a new world where magic can be self-sufficient. Chapter 569, Ancient One, you must remain humble. Create a new world. This is a path that Lockhart has researched, and in fact he is moving along this path. The dream world is his initial achievement. Through this, he stole part of the origin of Harry Potter's world. By learning from and imitating, he tried to create a new world that can be self-sufficient. In this world, magic can be self-sufficient. You can absorb magic without offering sacrifices to gods. The Marvel world is different from the Harry Potter world. Harry Potter's wizards rely on their blood advantages to transform the spiritual energy that permeates the world into magic. The wizards in the Marvel world are not like this. They can only transform it into magic with the help of the power of gods. Of course, after all, they rely on the power of gods, and the magic in their bodies is of high quality and strong characteristics. Just like Kamar-Taj, it has great advantages in space and time. This is something that the wizards in the Harry Potter world are far behind. If the wizards in Kamar-Taj want to get rid of the restrictions of the gods, the most important point is to let the wizards have the ability to refine magic independently. Since the Earth and the Marvel world cannot do it, then transform its environment. To put it more simply, since people cannot adapt to the environment, let the environment adapt to people. Lockhart thought so, and he also had a certain basis for realization. That is, the dream world. However, after Lockhart told his ideas to the Supreme Sorcerer, he was shocked to find that it did not seem to touch the Ancient One at all, and even vaguely, he seemed to feel a kind of disappointment from the Ancient One. Is there something wrong with his ideas? With doubts in his mind, Lockhart kept thinking, is there any mistake? And the Ancient One asked again, Lockhart, do you have any other ideas? This time, Lockhart shook his head, indicating that he had no more. In fact, it's not that he has no ideas at all, but that many of his current achievements are based on the dream world. If the Supreme Sorcerer is not interested in the dream world, he has no need to say it. Strange, who was standing aside, heard Lockhart just now, saying that he wanted to create a new world, and his heart was already in turmoil. He gradually knew some of the magic of magic, but he never thought that it would be able to create a new world. Suddenly, his heart was burning, and he wished that he could replace Lockhart and study such profound magic knowledge. He was confident in his talent. When the Ancient One saw that Lockhart did not speak, he set his sights on Strange beside him. Stevenson Strange, you have just joined Kamar-Taj. Although you have good talent, you still have a long way to go in magic. Keep yourself humble, and move forward step by step. The Ancient One said slowly, with a calm feeling in his voice. Strange naturally nodded quickly, to show that he had listened. After hearing this, Lockhart also nodded subconsciously. Then, he saw the look in the Ancient One's eyes looking at him, as if the words were not spoken to Strange, but to himself. His heart suddenly jumped, and the tingling feeling of his scalp instantly spread throughout his body. I really didn't know what I was thinking, and I was shocked when I thought about it. I seemed to have made the same mistake as the Supreme Sorcerer said. The initial humility had disappeared unknowingly. Perhaps, the invincible power in the Harry Potter world seemed to make him gradually arrogant. Subconsciously, Lockhart began to sit up straight. He listened attentively to the next words of the Supreme Sorcerer. After noticing this, Ancient One could not help but nod slightly. When he saw Lockhart this time, he vaguely found that his mentality was a little wrong. He kept talking about creating a new world. Hearing you say so much, it seems that you are on the same path as those dimensional gods. In this case, you might as well just kill a dimensional god and rob his dimensional world, which would be more convenient. Why go to so much trouble to create a new world? Wouldn't it be better to rob it? Strange, do you have any doubts about magic practice recently? Ancient One asked lightly. After hearing this, Strange couldn't wait to say, Sorcerer Supreme, there aren't too many doubts. I can understand them all. What's missing now is repeated practice. But I just heard Master Lockhart talk about the specialness of chaos magic. Can I practice it? At this point, Strange's eyes were full of expectations. Lockhart's words just now can be said to have completely hooked the little bug in his heart. Distort the law. Cover reality. Create the world. Listen, it's much more advanced than the magic he can practice now. And didn't you hear Lockhart say that this is the magic of a genius? Isn't he a genius? He is confident that, as long as he gets started, he will be able to control chaos magic. After hearing this, Lockhart, who was standing aside, was speechless. This guy, no matter how talented he is just a wizard apprentice, and he wants to study chaos magic. This is not the way to seek death. Well, He also notes that this is because Strange himself doesn't understand chaos magic. It's just pure admiration for the strong. When Ancient One heard Strange's request, he was speechless just like Lockhart. He lent Lockhart the book on chaos magic because he was a powerful wizard and his bloodline was very special. Chaos magic was the symbol of Sithoun, the enemy of Vishanti. Although Sithoun did not completely control the source of chaos magic, it was impossible for him to master it completely. But as a wizard apprentice, even if you are valued by Vishanti, you dare to study chaos magic privately, you are really courting death. However, thinking of Lockhart's strange ability to hide, Ancient One's expression changed. It's not impossible if Lockhart can control his ability. Strange, chaos magic is dangerous. Currently, only Master Lockhart in Kamar-Taj has the ability to study chaos magic. If you want to understand, go and ask Master Lockhart. Ancient One said this. After hearing this, Lockhart saw Strange's fiery eyes and felt helpless. Master Lockhart, can you teach me chaos magic? Strange asked, his attitude suddenly becoming very sincere. It's not shameful to ask a teacher for advice. Strange, I can understand your curiosity about chaos magic. I felt the same when I first heard about it. However, no matter what you do, you must have a solid foundation. You have only been exposed to magic for a short time and have not yet become a formal wizard. You still lack some knowledge in magic. These need to be gradually consolidated. There is an old saying in the East that a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Chapter 570, when Grindelwald arrives at Shield. In the Vincian world, in the spell training room. Hello, I'm Stevenson Strange. I'm very lucky to learn magic from such a powerful wizard like Lockhart for a period of time. Hello, I'm Wanda, your student. Hello, I'm Vera, your student. The future Doctor Strange seemed like a socialite, quickly chatting up or getting to know Lockhart's students. His attitude was very enthusiastic, not at all like the genius he was before, and his arrogant appearance as a genius. Well, this can't be blamed on him. It can only be said that the students selected by Lockhart are the kind of people who are very good at fighting. Not only are they strong in fighting, but they are also good in appearance. They all have their own characteristics, and they are all handsome men and beautiful women. Even the worst ones, if taken out, are far superior to ordinary people. Lockhart, who was standing aside, saw Strange, contrary to his usual behavior, pretending to be elegant and chatting with Vera and others. He was immediately helpless. Hey, why did the Supreme Sorcerer put this trouble on him? I have only met him a few times before, and he has a general understanding of this future enterprise. How to say it? It's not wrong to be a genius. He has all the faults that a genius should have. He is arrogant and has a very high spirit, as if he thinks he can solve all problems by himself. To be honest, Lockhart doesn't like such a genius. Because if such a person doesn't experience some painful lessons, no matter how you teach him, it's difficult for that mentality to change greatly. In short, the cost of education is very high. To be honest, Lockhart believes that both he and Ancient One have emphasized how dangerous chaos magic is. But if a book about chaos magic is really placed in front of Strange, this guy will definitely rush in like a dog seeing shit, regardless of whether there is poison in it. Alas, he still prefers geniuses like Ian Wanda who are more willing to listen to what he says. What he needs is a helper, not trouble. However, who asked the Supreme Sorcerer to put this trouble on him? Although it's a bit helpless, he still has to cultivate and cultivate. After all, you can give face to anyone, but you can't give face to the Supreme Sorcerer. Ahem. Seeing Strange, who was like a bull in the community, chatting with his female students and even making them laugh, Lockhart couldn't help but cough lightly. Although the sound was small, Wanda, Vera and others who were chatting quickly quieted down. This forced Strange, who was ready to ignore it, to shut up. This is Stevenson Strange, the major apprentice of Kamar-Taj. He will stay in our Vincian world for a month to undergo some training. Although his strength is weak, his talent is not bad. He has been exposed to magic for less than a month, and he can already use some basic magic. At this point, Lockhart paused, as if thinking about how to train Strange. Ian, for the first week, Strange will be in your hands. you will teach him some magic related skills and some practical spells to lay a solid foundation for him. In the second week, Remy, you will teach him some practical experience, which you are better at. For the remaining 2 weeks, we will decide, based on his performance. With a few simple words, Lockhart decided on the general training plan for Strange for the next month. Okay, mentor, don't worry, leave the man to me, no problem. After hearing this, Strange opened his mouth to say something, but when he saw Ian stand up and say that there was no problem, he immediately shut up. He thought how good it would be if Vera or Wanda taught him. As the saying goes, men and women work together, work is not tiring, and I believe that learning is the same. He just needs a beautiful teacher to stimulate his desire to learn. Strange couldn't help but complain in his heart, but obviously his IQ was not a problem, and he knew that he shouldn't refute directly at this time. After all, he would have to spend the next month in Lockhart's hands. He could only walk to Ian alone and said that he would definitely cooperate next time. Well, studying is studying, and it is also a pleasant thing to ask the beautiful wizard for advice during the break. Strange thought inexplicably. Well, most men behave the same way when they see beautiful women. Even the future Doctor Strange. Lockhart easily read Strange's thoughts and was speechless. With a wave of his hand, a black shadow flashed, and Lockhart used the apparition to leave. Before leaving, he reminded Ian that he could increase his study efforts appropriately. Geniuses need pressure, especially geniuses like Strange. The greater the pressure, the more motivation he can stimulate to study. At this moment, Ian recalled the voice transmission of his mentor in his ear and looked at Strange with a strange look. Then he silently adjusted the training plan he had just thought of. Well, not much, just multiply it by 5 times. As the first student of the teacher, he can guess some of the teacher's thoughts. Strict teachers produce excellent students. Even if it is only for 1 week, he has to be a strict teacher once. SHIELD headquarters, Trident building. In the building, people come and go. All of them are staff members in suits and leather shoes. Their steps are hurried, as if to show how busy they are at work. They have maintained this state for more than half a month. To be precise, the impact of the alien invasion has not completely subsided until now. Even if there are wizards to deal with the aftermath, it involves a large city like New York with a population of more than 10 million. Some corners cannot be completely solved. For example, some information on the internet, such as some videos, superheroes with or with some special abilities, etc. Although 99.999% of the traces can be cleaned up. But if the remaining 0.001% is not handled, it will spread rapidly soon. It can be said that in order to maintain the stability of the American order, they have been working 24 hours a day, frantically controlling the information on the internet and eliminating the remaining traces of the underground world. At the same time, they also have to warn some forces not to explore the alien invasion too much. Of course, as the world's largest spy organization, he also seized most of the resources related to the extraordinary and aliens through this incident. Many of them were taken from other forces and organizations. After all, this is all for the protection of the world. You're right? Nick Fury thought so, and he was very determined. At this moment, Grindelwald stood in the middle of the hall, hiding his body, observing this largest spy headquarters that claims to protect the world's security. After observing for a while, he didn't seem to find anything that caught his eye, so he went upstairs. His target was naturally the director of the spy headquarters, Nick Fury. Chapter 571 Nick Fury and the Skrulls. Click, click, click. A huge silver-white space, surrounded by silver-white walls. With a click, the silver-white floor began to move, and a black square area appeared in the center of the floor, as dark as a cave. In just 2 or 3 seconds, an elevator surrounded by glass rose from the square dark area. Inside the elevator, there were 3 people. The leader was a one-eyed black man, Nick Fury. Behind him stood a man and a woman, 2 of his confidants, Coulson and Natasha. Beep. With a slight beep, the glass elevator quietly opened. Nick Fury walked out with his 2 confidants. Step, step, step. The floor was very smooth, and even the slightest sound of footsteps would make a slight sound when stepping on the silver white metal floor. At the same time, the sensitive Black Widow Natasha couldn't help but look to the sides. The pace of moving forward did not change, but the light in her eyes flickered slightly. She seemed to have seen a laser flashing and scanning just now. The noise was very small, and if you don't pay attention, you will just ignore it. This place is very tight, almost too tight. Such a huge silver white metal space is actually used purely as a passage. Such a waste, the secret hidden behind it is definitely extraordinary. This is her first time entering. Although she is extremely curious and can't help wanting to find out the truth. But she wisely stopped her inner desire. Director Nick Fury, who should know, will naturally tell her. If she doesn't say it, if she talks too much, it will attract Nick Fury's rejection or even hostility. She has basically trained in the agent organization for most of her life. She knows that in the eyes of these controllers, no matter how strong the agent is, he is just a tool after all. At most, she has value. Although SHIELD has done a more humane job in terms of treatment, it is still the cold nature after all. Soon, Nick Fury walked to the end of the silver white space. He raised his right palm and pressed lightly on the silver white wall. As if something was touched, the silver white wall rippled, and a large number of dark blue lines kept emerging and moving. In the center, a dark green lens was exposed. Seeing this, Nick Fury took off the black eye mask on his left eye, revealing a mechanical eye. His eye approached the lens, and the lens began to flash, emitting streams of light, as if scanning. Identity verification. Verification successful. Target identity. Director of SHIELD. Nick Fury. A mechanical and cold voice sounded in the space. Coulson, who was standing next to him, raised his head slightly, as if he wanted to see where the voice came from. Now let's conduct a common sense verification. Please answer the following questions. Director Nick Fury, when you were 5 years old, what did you hate the most? Who was the first female soldier you met when you were in the army that year? Please describe the battle scene you experienced when you first went to the battlefield. As for bread, do you prefer triangular or square shapes? Extremely small details and even weird questions were asked one by one. Coulson and Black Widow, who were standing next to him, pricked up their ears to listen. It seemed that he was expecting his chief's answer. However, the next moment, he took out a black cube from his pocket. He placed it in front of the camera, and then the dark green light flashed again, and began to scan and read the information of the cube. Nick Fury stood opposite and waited, as if he knew that it might take some time to read the information. This is for safety reasons. Coulson, Natasha, you will open the permissions you applied for in a while. At the same time, the system will generate some common sense questions based on your past experience. As I just demonstrated to you, every time you enter, you will need to answer questions for a view, only to ensure safety. Hearing this, Coulson and Natasha began to become serious in their hearts, and the previous bad taste was dispelled at once. Is it so rigorous? Who is it guarding against? Information scan successful. Welcome Nick Fury to the Skrull House. Boom. The cold mechanical prompt sound rang again, and then the huge silver white wall in front of him began to move to the left and right. There was a huge roar. The walls were soon moved away, and the scene inside made Coulson and Natasha stunned. Behind the cloud white wall is a huge natural space. Grass, water, trees, and even birds can be seen. Looking up, you can even see the sun above your head. But Natasha and Coulson remembered clearly that they had clearly come down from the ground, and this should be an underground space. Resisting the desire to ask questions in their hearts, Coulson and Natasha followed Nick Fury closely and walked deep into the grass. The grass was very real, the sun was slightly warm, and the two could even smell the faint fragrance of the grass. Everything was the same as the outside world, which was simply incredible. Is this what the current level of technology can do? Although full of doubts, the two followed silently behind, watching where the director was going to take them. Soon, a village came into view, with houses of all sizes scattered around. But this was not surprising. What made the two feel stunned was that they saw a humanoid monster playing in the village. Yes, they finally used the word monster to describe it in their hearts. The other party's skin was completely green and had a lizard-like appearance. So ugly. This was a thought that came to Natasha's mind. Although he saw adults and children in the village, they were all ugly and did not meet her aesthetic standards at all. "Hi, Fury, you're here." Talus, a Skrull in the distance, seemed to have seen Nick Fury and others early and came up to give the leader Nick Fury a big hug. At this moment, Coulson couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He seemed to recall something. In the 1990s, not long after he joined SHIELD, he performed his first mission. He encountered such a monster, or rather an alien. He could completely simulate the life forms he saw. His superior at that time was simulated, and almost ordered him to kill his current superior Nick Fury. Yes, this group was the Skrulls that Nick Fury had rescued and taken in. Their entire race was once the overlord of the universe. Their abilities also frightened the countless lives in the entire universe. Because they can transform into various creatures at will, not only can they obtain the other party's recent memories, but they can also completely simulate their extraordinary abilities. They are the strongest race of agents. Fury, you usually come to me for no reason. What trouble did you encounter this time? Talus asked with a smile. Chapter 572 Nick Fury's plot against the wizards. Talus, I need your help with something. Nick Fury's dark face showed a smile. What is it? Talus asked curiously. Nick Fury was not a man who had nothing to do. He lived in seclusion on Earth with his family and some friends. The rest of them were hiding in the spaceship behind the moon. All the daily necessities were provided by Nick Fury, and the Skrulls who stayed on Earth provided some help to Nick Fury. This was the price of cooperation between the two sides, using the combat power of some of their warriors in exchange for the survival of the tribe. Of course, people with cold minds saw it this way. If you look at it from another angle, it would be the help of friends. I need to use your ability to simulate organisms. Nick Fury did not hesitate and directly put forward his request. There is one thing I want to confirm again. You say. Nick Fury took a deep breath and stared at Talus' face with his only remaining right eye. Are you sure that you can obtain the other party's abilities, including recent memories, based on certain flesh and blood tissues? At this point, Nick Fury emphasized, I'm not talking about ordinary people, but those who have extraordinary abilities, and the kind with strong strength. At this point, Talus didn't understand. Nick Fury wanted to obtain the information and memory of some extraordinary species through the special abilities of his own race. Thinking of this, Talus also smiled and nodded without hesitation. Of course. If the opponent's strength is too strong, ordinary Skrulls may not be able to meet your requirements. They may only be able to simulate a small part, and it will be unstable. But I have a certain amount of golden blood, which can simulate the opponent's strength including memory to the greatest extent. At this point, Talus felt a little regretful. If it is a complete golden blood, then there is really nothing in the world that cannot be simulated, and it is completely controlled. But then, Talus had more expectations in his heart. For the Skrulls, imitating the strong is an important way to improve their own strength. From what Nick Fury said, he should have the flesh and blood of some powerful lives in his hands. TSK, this is really a blessing from heaven. After hearing this, Nick Fury on the opposite side nodded and said, okay, I understand. I have multiple human tissues in my hands. They come from a wizard organization that can control extraordinary powers called magic. Ordinary wizards may be average in strength, but powerful wizards can destroy the world. At this point, Nick Fury took out a mobile phone and tapped the screen lightly. He put it down slightly, and in a flash, a projection appeared above the phone. In the projection, there was a huge black hole in space, an aircraft carrier wrapped in flames, and a wizard flying in the sky on a broom, waving a magic wand to cast magic. It was a scene of the alien invasion of New York. After seeing this, Talus' eyes flashed with eagerness. It seems that these extraordinary lives called wizards are not weak in strength, and they have many tricks. As if sensing Talus' inner eagerness, Nick Fury said quietly, what you just saw were some students. Their combat power has exceeded many people's imagination, especially the magical magic, which allows them to experiment with almost all kinds of battlefields. and the best among them can even control the mysterious and strange magic that can destroy the world and kill people thousands of miles away without a trace. At this point, Nick Fury couldn't help but recall that Lockhart used strange magic to directly destroy all the bases related to Hydra around the world. Thinking back to the ghosts that were completely untouchable and were actually human flesh and blood souls, Nick Fury couldn't help but feel a strong fear in his heart. Taros, I have a piece of advice for you. Don't let those advanced wizards find out that you can imitate their abilities. Otherwise, no matter how deep your tribe hides, it is very likely that they will die without knowing it. At this point, Nick Fury hesitated and added, at least they can't escape on a global scale. Someone offended a powerful wizard before, and all his forces around the world were exterminated. I personally think that, if the other party really wants to do it, I'm afraid that the moon will not be able to escape. At this point, Nick Fury sighed with emotion. Those advanced magics are completely unreasonable. After hearing this, Taros' originally indifferent face gradually became solemn. For him, the survival of the tribe is of vital importance. This is Nick Fury's weak spot. However, don't worry, I will hide well and not let anyone find out. Hiding is the instinct of the Skrulls. If they are strong, they will be strong. But if they don't go out to find me, they can't find me. So what can they do to me? Imitating the strong is the instinct engraved in the genes of the Skrulls. It is difficult for them to refuse. Hearing Nick Fury's description, he felt a little uneasy, but more excited. Okay, you try it first. Nick Fury took out a test tube full of liquid, in which a small piece of bright red flesh and blood was soaked. This was the trace left by a student who was accidentally injured when the wizards participated in the battle in New York. When Nick Fury got it, he immediately regarded it as a treasure and hurried to keep it. Talos did not hesitate, took it directly, opened the bottle stopper, and poured out all the preservative liquid in the test tube, leaving only the flesh and blood in his palm. He gently clenched his palm and closed his eyes slightly. Talos was sensing the genetic information in this piece of blood, its ability, its memory, its energy, everything about it. Under Nick Fury's gaze, Talos, who was covered with green skin on the opposite side, began to change. His originally tall body began to become shorter, and his green skin turned into white skin at a speed visible to the naked eye. His face, which was originally like a lizard, began to become that kind of slightly immature handsomeness. In the blink of an eye, a teenager of about 17 or 18 years old appeared in Nick Fury's eyes. Talos, how do you feel? Seeing his friend successfully impersonating a Lockhart student, Nick Fury was somewhat expectant. At this moment, Talos slowly opened his eyes. He raised his left hand, and then, whoosh, a brown wooden wand appeared in his hand. A faint wave of magic power emanated from it. He raised it gently, shook it lightly with practiced skill, and a quick incantation came from his mouth. Expelliarmus. Chapter 573 Grindelwald's Fury. Buzz. A red light appeared at the tip of the brownwood wand. With a slight shake of the wand, a red beam of light suddenly flew to the grass on the side. Bang! A fist-sized pit suddenly appeared, and mud splashed everywhere. Seeing this scene, Natasha, the Black Widow, and Coulson widened their eyes. Especially Natasha, who also studied magic, but never expected that this alien could master a difficult spell just through a small piece of flesh and blood. Yes, the disarming spell is a difficult spell for a wizard apprentice. Wizard, the world of all things, Lockhart. Talos muttered to himself, and his mind kept surfacing some recent memories of the young wizard he simulated. Nick Fury's eyes lit up on the side. It seems that the trump card in his hand is very effective. As expected of the cosmic overlord who once traversed the universe, although he has fallen, he still has two brushes. Talos, how do you feel? Nick Fury asked with concern. How long can you recall your memory? Facing Nick Fury's question, Talos thought quietly, frowned slightly and said, if we simulate an ordinary person, we can have his memory for nearly a month. But for this wizard named James, I can only get the memory of the last week at most. If it goes further, it will be very fragmented. Hearing this, Nick Fury said to Coulson and Natasha on the side, next, you record all the information you hear and compare what you have in your hands. At the same time, you have a lot of contact with wizards like Lockhart. If you have anything to ask, just ask. We need more information about the Vincian world, Kamar-Taj, Lockhart, magic, etc. Yes, call the two to come and meet the Skrulls. On the one hand, because the two are his confidants, he has a certain degree of trust. On the other hand, they are the two people who have the most contact with Lockhart and the Vincian world. It is necessary to further dig out valuable information through them. Moreover, the Skrull's trump card is useful, so it naturally cannot be wasted. I believe that this line will be explained later, and I believe that it will be able to explore the extraordinary world. Coulson and others will also be needed later. After hearing this, Coulson and Natasha nodded directly, indicating that there was no problem. Hello, I'm Natasha. I once entered the Vincian world and tried to learn the magic they mentioned. I have a certain understanding of the magic world and Lockhart and others, but most of them tend to be superficial. I have some questions to ask. Black Widow Natasha asked politely. Who made this alien have such a terrifying ability? Not only can it imitate other life forms, but also can obtain abilities and even memories. It's really a bit scary, you say. The young man incarnated by Talos said. I want to know what kind of person Lockhart is in the eyes of this wizard. SHIELD has limited information. I need more information and further layout plans. After hearing this, Nick Fury nodded secretly to express his agreement. After hearing this, Talos pondered for a while, as if thinking. Respect, admiration, and even a hint of fanaticism. Talos described it in a few simple words. James, the owner of this piece of flesh and blood, seems to have been a person of very low status before. The specific memory is very fragmented, and no valuable information can be obtained. But in his emotions, and in his memories, he thinks that Lockhart is his mentor, a ray of light in his life, bringing him light and hope. So he admires him very much, and Lockhart's attitude towards them is very good. He is extremely convinced in his heart. Basically, he will absolutely follow his mentor in everything he does. Hearing this, Coulson's eyes flashed with thought. Hello, Mr. Talos. Can you briefly describe how these wizards generally learn magic? How does Lockhart teach them? Talos replied to Coulson's question. Lockhart will teach them some magic, but there are other teachers. There are several very powerful teachers who teach them. Among them, a teacher named Peggy Carter teaches them some special operations and some organizational structure experience. Steve Rogers teaches them close combat, and Snape teaches them potions and defense against the dark arts. And their mentor Lockhart, compared to other teachers, doesn't teach them too much. But this Lockhart often explains some of his own magic concepts to these young wizards. After hearing this, Nick Fury's eyes were dim, and I don't know what he was thinking. Suddenly, he felt a slight chill beside him, and a black-robed figure quietly emerged. You muggles are damned. A cold voice sounded. In an instant, Nick Fury's scalp numbed, and his entire tailbone seemed to have been directly drilled into by a cool breeze, and he was terrified. Subconsciously, Nick Fury took a few steps back, and raised his pistol from his waist. Bang, bang, bang. Without hesitation, Nick Fury raised his gun and fired. Several gunshots rang out in succession, and he had no intention of stopping. It seemed that he would not stop until he had used up all the bullets in his gun. Besides, at this time, whoever sneaked into the Skrulls must die, especially since the other party suddenly appeared and kept saying that they were muggles. It was obvious that it was definitely related to Lockhart and his group of wizards. If this kind of stealing other people's secrets was spread, I'm afraid that the entire shield would become a thorn in the eyes of other wizards. At that time, it would be really troublesome. At the same time, Coulson and Natasha, the Black Widow, and Talos, who had transformed into a wizard, also raised their weapons. They attacked the mysterious black-robed man in front of them crazily. Bang, bang, Expelliarmus. A large number of bullets shot forward crazily, wands were waved, and spells flashed. Grindelwald on the other side had a cold look in his eyes, looking at everyone without any action. The next moment, bang, 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 a dark yellow protective shield suddenly appeared on the surface of Grindelwald's body, blocking all the bullets and spells in front of him. And these attacks did not even cause the shield to ripple. Then, Grindelwald gently waved his hand. Whoosh, whoosh. Dark blue flames dripped onto the grass, then quickly rose and spread around. In the blink of an eye, a huge dark blue fire circle was set ablaze around the entire village. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 574 Grindelwald. Let's go find Lockhart. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A huge dark blue fire circle enveloped the village. The fire was boiling, but strangely, there was no trace of heat, but more of a chill. Run, run. Go home, go home. Enemy attack, enemy attack. This simple Skrull village was boiling. At the entrance of the village, Nick Fury, Coulson, Black Widow Natasha, and Talus, who had transformed into a young wizard, were watching the middle-aged man in black robes in front of them with vigilance. They held the guns in their hands tightly, but the weapons in their hands could not bring them a sense of security. Just now, they had tried to use all the means of attack they could use. But in the end, they were almost all firmly blocked by the dark yellow protective shield on the surface of the opponent's body. Mr. Wizard, what is your relationship with Lockhart? Nick Fury said bitterly. We have a good cooperative relationship with Professor Lockhart. He tried to ease the hostile relationship between the two sides. Because he knew that anyone who knew or saw this act of stealing the other party's abilities would never tolerate it. Moreover, the other party's hostile attitude was very obvious. He directly cast magic to trap the entire village, including them at the door. It seemed that he was not going to let anyone leave. Lockhart? Grindelwald looked at the black man in front of him with a rather strange look, as if he was looking at a fool. In this situation, the other party had no choice but to use Lockhart to ease the relationship. I do have a relationship with Lockhart. But if Lockhart saw this scene, I'm afraid he would have no less tricks than me. TSK. I really didn't expect that a group of muggles could actually break the blood of a wizard. At this point, Grindelwald couldn't help but be a little surprised. Because he could very clearly sense the breath and blood fluctuations of Talus, the incarnated young wizard, including magic power. At first glance, there was really no flaw or incongruity. How should I say this? The new world is worthy of being a new world. There are too many new things. In fact, we have communicated with Professor Lockhart before, mainly to learn about magic with a learning mentality. Nick Fury tried to explain. However, Grindelwald didn't want to listen to these muggles quibbling in front of him. He waved his wand gently, and a silent spell was instantly cast to cover everyone in front of him. Nick Fury was instantly speechless. At this time, Coulson, Natasha and others seemed to be stimulated by Grindelwald's actions. When they were about to shoot again, they suddenly found that their bodies seemed to have completely lost control. As if petrified, unable to move. Silent casting. Petrification spell. Talus quickly judged, based on some memories in the young wizard's mind. However, he didn't even have the ability to speak at this moment. As the other party raised his right hand, he floated directly in front of Grindelwald. At this moment, Grindelwald ignored Nick Fury and others who were petrified next to him. He looked at the young wizard in front of him with a strange face. Originally, according to Lockhart's introduction, he wanted to find traces of the so-called fallen wizard through this spy organization that claimed to have power all over the world. After all, there are a limited number of wizards, but there are many muggles. He had just arrived in the new world and still needed to rely on the strength of the local area. At the same time, he could further understand and integrate into the new world. However, he never expected that following the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. would actually give him such a big gift. TSK. I'm afraid Lockhart didn't expect it either. This place is really secret. Thinking about it, Grindelwald raised the wand in his hand and touched the other party's eyebrows with the tip of the wand. Under the horrified gaze of Nick Fury, Coulson and others, magic power poured in and gently pulled outward. A memory thread with white fluorescence was drawn out. He was not interested in interrogating. It would be better to check the other party's memory directly. The wand was gently pulled back, and it spun slightly along a strange trajectory. The next moment, the memory thread spread rapidly, floating in front of Grindelwald like white mist. Pictures quickly emerged. The gorgeous sea of stars in the depths of the universe, huge and fierce spaceships, strange aliens. He was not interested in swallowing the other party's memory completely. After all, this race was very strange. If he was not careful and pitted himself, he would be unlucky. It was safer to do so this way. Pictures kept emerging, and the speed was getting faster and faster. With a huge amount of information in his eyes, Grindelwald had a more comprehensive understanding of the universe, the Earth, and this new world through the memory of this scroll. It was big, really too big. In the universe, thousands of civilizations and extraordinary races emerged one after another. Really, it was more colorful than a small Earth. When leaving the Earth, fly to a bigger stage. At this moment, such a thought suddenly emerged in Grindelwald's mind. But then, he put it behind his mind. He was not stupid. Although it was the first time he received such information shock, he would inevitably think too much. However, going out into the sea of stars alone without a foundation is no different from going fishing in a stormy deep sea alone in a small boat. It's a matter of life and death, purely for the chance of survival. Especially when Grindelwald saw the star-breaking weapons of the Kree, he was more afraid. The picture flashed by quickly, and Nick Fury on the side couldn't even see it. He was calm now. Things have developed to this point. Life or death depends on the other party. Fortunately, he still has a trump card that can save everything. But the wand waved, the white mist dissipated, and the picture disappeared. At this moment, Grindelwald closed his eyes slightly and began to review the massive amount of information he had gained from the other party's memory. There was a lot of information, and it was also very messy. But the most important thing was the memory of this Skrull on Earth. It was also this memory that made him feel hesitant. To be precise, it was a person in the memory. Carol Danvers. Yes, that Captain Marvel. In his memory, he saw the wonders of the Cosmic Cube and Nick Fury when he was young. Of course, he also saw the man who smashed the spaceship and forced back the Kree's space fleet with just one person. Star-shattering power. This was the first thought that came to Grindelwald's mind. Captain Marvel, the ability shown only in memory, is too strong. Admittedly, it is not as wonderful as magic, but the opponent's combat power has exceeded the imagination of ordinary people. Breaking all laws with one force is the most accurate description of the opponent. This woman is too fierce. She directly overturned the space battleship. And the relationship between the opponent and the Earth, the Skrulls, and Nick Fury. This is a reason why he is most hesitant. He doesn't want to recruit an invincible enemy for no reason. This is not the way to seek death. The idea turned, and the idea of directly cleaning up this group of Skrulls and S.H.I.E.L.D. gradually faded. However, it feels bad not to do it. Oh. Forget it. Leave it to Lockhart. He has been in the new world for such a long time, so he should be able to solve such problems better than a newcomer like me. After all, he is also a wizard. Chapter 575 The Secret of Wizard Bloodline. Lockhart, I don't know much about Ms. Marvel. What do you think we should do? Grindelwald's voice sounded. Lockhart, who was standing aside, looked at Nick Fury and the Skrulls in front of him with a headache. To be honest, S.H.I.E.L.D. was nothing in his eyes. The most important thing was the relationship between Nick Fury and Captain Marvel. Facing a strong man with the power of star-shattering, Lockhart didn't plan to deal with S.H.I.E.L.D. for her sake. At most, he would just deal with the Hydra hidden deep inside. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s plans and plots were like children's play in his eyes, not even an itch. Moreover, the other party's influence in the world was also extensive. If there was any need, he could just spend a little money to let them do it. To put it bluntly, S.H.I.E.L.D. was just a laborer in Lockhart's eyes. At most, the laborer had a bigger background, and he would never think of him again. As a result, he never expected that this mortal organization that he had once ignored would actually do something. Jetler, are there any other Skrulls besides those in the village? Lockhart asked directly. In his impression, it seemed that there were quite a few Skrulls, but he didn't know the details. After all, he only saw some in movies in his previous life, and they were all through the Captain Marvel movie. Well, Lockhart, there is a larger base on the other side of the moon, Grindelwald replied. According to his memory, there are quite a few Skrulls hiding there. Hearing this, Lockhart looked at Talus, who had transformed into his student, and thought flashed in his eyes. The troubles he encountered at present were not big, but not small either. The main thing was that he was a little entangled. However, from another perspective, these scrolls in front of him also contained great value. The other party's imitation ability was indeed amazing. He even successfully simulated the blood and magic of the wizard. It must be said that the other party was worthy of being the former overlord of the universe. Grindelwald on the side looked at Lockhart, who was thinking, but did not interrupt him. Instead, he focused his eyes on Talus, the Skrull, with interest. After all, although Nick Fury's identity is special, he is just a muggle. But these aliens cannot be ignored. At this moment, he and Lockhart both keenly discovered the great value contained in this group of aliens. Suddenly, Jetler, have you studied the blood of wizards? Lockhart asked. What have you gained? The day before yesterday, he had just met the Supreme Sorcerer and talked to him about his research, although it seemed that he did not get the Supreme Sorcerer's approval. The other party still reminded him. Blood. Yes, it is the blood of wizards. When the two met for the first time, the Supreme Sorcerer reminded him to pay more attention to the blood of wizards. He also studied it at that time, but in the end he did not get any results, so he gradually did not take it to heart. However, the Supreme Sorcerer once again emphasized that it would not be without reason, so Lockhart adjusted the focus of his research again. Blood. Grindelwald muttered to himself, and he did not seem to expect Lockhart to suddenly ask such a question. But he still replied. After all, he had done related research when he was young. There are many theories about the blood of wizards. Among them, the more mainstream theory is that it comes from the blood of all our wizards who became a great existence in winter. So now it is divided into pure blood and half-blood. The pure blood's talent is indeed average, much better than half-blood, and each has its own special talent. However, as of now, the research results that the entire wizarding world can see are pure wizard blood. I have tried to let ordinary muggles have blood, even if they become a squib. But there is still no successful case until now. The only possibility is the child of muggles and wizards. It seems that there is an unknown force isolating the relationship between the two. Hearing this, Lockhart nodded silently. At the same time, Grindelwald looked at Talus, and the eyes of these Skrulls had a strange light. At this moment, he seemed to understand Lockhart's idea. How to deal with this group of S.H.I.E.L.D. people. Instead of asking the Skrulls, Grindelwald asked about S.H.I.E.L.D.'s solution. What else can we do? We can't kill them. Lockhart said unhappily. Wipe their memories. Let them forget everything about the Skrulls. Take the remaining ones back to the Vincian world. Keep them well, and use them for a search. Nick Fury, who was standing by, did not show any fear in his eyes after hearing this, but was silent instead. He stared at Lockhart and Grindelwald, as if he wanted to make a final struggle. However, he also knew that his group of people were still alive, because of his good friend. Otherwise, they might have died the same way as the Hydra group died before. Although Coulson and Natasha were tied up, they breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they were not dead, as long as they were alive. After all, they didn't want to die yet. Nothing in sight. In an instant, Lockhart waved his wand and cast his best spell. A silver white light suddenly appeared, as if it had life, and directly poured into the brains of Nick Fury, Coulson and others. It seemed to be searching for something, or cleaning something. Soon, the silver white light broke away from their brains, and condensed into a silver white ball of light, which slowly floated in Lockhart's palm. With a gentle squeeze, and then a stretch, the memory ball of light disappeared in an instant. At this moment, Nick Fury, Coulson and others were blank and dull. Then, Lockhart raised his right hand and slowly pushed forward. But, under Grindelwald's gaze, a familiar and strange energy wave emerged, and Nick Fury and others turned into colorful lights and disappeared with the wind. The power of dreams. Then, Lockhart raised his wand high, and colorful dream magic gushed out. At the same time, a huge reflection of the world appeared above this space. There were grasslands, mountains, lakes, and rivers. The reflection of the world slowly pressed down, and Grindelwald looked up, and looked at everything in front of him. He knew that Lockhart was trying to take the entire space away. But at the same time, it was also warning him that there were too many forces stronger than him in the new world. In front of those truly powerful people, he was like an ant. just like Lockhart now. But the reflection of the world covered everything in front of him, or more accurately, it swallowed it and turned it into a part of the dream. It became illusory. The sunlight in the sky, the grassland on the ground, all became looming. Soon, Grindelwald silently stared at the dark space in front of him. He seemed to be thinking about where Lockhart hid the Skrull village just now. Jetler, let's go. Let's go to the moon for a tour. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.